Hello, everyone. This is Brother Benson, and I'm joined here with Makobura. Makobura, how are you doing, sir?
Good evening. I'm doing fine. I thank God. And nashukuru siku imekuwa vyema. Sioni
Mm,
mabaya.
mm.
Mambo yapo shwari.
Mambo yako shwari. Hakuna matatizo ambayo umeona Saturday ya leo?
Saturday ya leo sijaona matatizo, lakini mambo ya Nairobi ni yale yale tu ya kawaida. Nairobi hapakosi jambo, hapakosi hapakosi 1 2 3. Sasa ni ya kawaida, tunapambana nazo. As usual, we maneuver and with of course the grace of God we manage.
Okay, sawa sawa, asante. Mimi pia niko kupambana. Hiyo hali ambayo unasema kwamba unapambana, ni sisi pia tunapambana hapa. Tunajaribu kukuta maisha na wacha tuangalie ni nani, tuko na nani hapa.
Erokamano.
Hey, Jojo, habari gani?
Habari gani bwana?
Leo umeamua hata kuficha jina yako, umeamua kuficha white. Unasema
Naficha white. Naficha white kama vile wanatufichia white. Hawa politician wanatufichia white.
Unajua kuna ile inaitwa kuficha white.
Nimewafichia white pia mimi.
Okay. Asante sana. Mimi niko salama. Naona Laban Misiani pia, naona Gypsy Corner alishakuwa hapo, lakini wacha nichukue hii nafasi pia kumshukuru Gypsy Corner zaidi. Asante sana. Joseph, habari gani? Wewe kwanza wacha nikuulize.
Yes, brother.
Okay. How are you doing, sir?
I'm very fine.
Okay, that's good. How is your Saturday so far?
My Saturday has been quiet, quite calm. No issues. Lakini nimekusalimia mkunisalimika, nimemwambia Erokamano kasikia mjibu bwana.
Erokamano, unajua hiyo labda tuseme kwamba tulikuwa tunazungumza labda, alafu sasa tumalize kuongea, ndio sasa utakuwa unasema Erokamano is thank you, you know that.
Amenifunza mambo hapa bwana. Naona brother Marco Bura anacheka sana, ana smile. Saturday imekuwa tamu.
Saturday imekuwa tamu. Sasa Erokamano is asante sana. And I can see our good brother Laban Misiani, he says sisi ni 2 term. Yes. That is good.
Laban waga ananiona anasema 2 term.
Ni kama anatumia hayo kwa kuchokoza wewe.
Anawaga ananigojea akiniona anasema 2 term.
Unajua siasa, unajua ukiangalia katika sheria zetu, ama tuseme kwamba katiba yetu inaruhusu hayo 2 term na hata 1 term, kwa sababu unapata kwamba baada tuseme kwamba miaka 5 ya President William Ruto, bado atalazimishwa kupeleka tuseme kwamba stakabadhi zake pale katika IEBC ili wakague, ingawaje yeye ni rais, ili wakague waone kwamba hizi stakabadhi ni za ukweli, na hapo ndio sasa atapatiwa ile ruhusa wa kugombea tuseme kwamba muhula wake wa pili. Unaona, vile vile pia inaenda hivyo pia, akose kupata ama akose kushinda ama shinde. So akishinda atakuwa ni 1 term, lakini akishinda atakuwa ni 2 term, lakini asiposhinda itakuwa ni 1 term. Vile vile watu wa upinzani pia wataenda pale pia, au pia lazima wajikakamue, wakuje waseme kwamba wataka kushindana na Mheshimiwa Ruto rais, ndio sasa waweke akuwe 2 term. So wako na kazi ngumu zote wawili. Kuna wale wa upinzani na President William Ruto pia ni lazima hakikishe kuwa yeye mwenyewe apiganie 2 term yake. Wale wa upinzani pia wajaribu wapigane Ruto asipate 2 term. So wako na kibali wote wawili. Miguda, habari zako?
Niko salama kakangu, niko swadakta. Mkoaje? Hali vipi?
Hali mzuri, hatujaona mabaya.
Hiyo ni vyema kabisa.
Okay. Asante sana. Thank you so much. And to start with that, today the Bob Njagi and Oyo were today found, or they were released. They were found at Busia border. Then they were airlifted to Nairobi. They had a press, but they did not disclose so much. The only thing I heard from Bob Njagi said that he went without food for 14 days. And he also said that they were held in a military camp. And I saw today in the news where the foreign affairs minister, and also doubles up as a cabinet secretary, like a prime minister, also say that he played a part in making sure that the Kenyans who were held in Uganda were released. But I saw also somewhere where there's a organization that fights for the human rights. They were really thanking the former president Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta for facilitating for the Kenyan citizen to be released. So maybe both President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and the government of Kenya played a part to see our fellow citizens come back home. Thank you so much. That is also something that we saw. So maybe if to give you a chance, maybe start with you, Makobura. What would you say about what happened to Bob Njagi and staying for almost, it was 39 days. And remember, the other day, the courts in Uganda said that they did not know the whereabouts of the two. But now, based on what now they disclosed, Bob Njagi disclosed, it means they were held with the state.
Okay, thank you so much. First, let me say that one day, siku moja, if I become the president of the Republic of Kenya, nitatumia juhudi zote kulainisha nchi hii ya Kenya, na si Kenya peke yake, nchi zote ambazo zinatuzunguka hapa Kenya. Nafasi hiyo nitapata, it's so unfortunate, hii story ya kina Bob Njagi, it's not, to me, I've been following up on this.
Yeah.
What I have is how the family members of this gentleman were feeling. And again, what surprises me is a government spokesperson on the other side would come out and say that, a statement would come from the government saying that we are not aware of the whereabouts of these particular people. And later on, it comes out that they were being held incommunicado with government machinery. It is such a painful thing. And when I look at more of what they were doing, just simply fighting for the rights of others, people who are not even their relatives, people who are not even their countrymen, but just because they have the heart, wamejitolea kupigania maisha za wengine and the rights of others, they are being, they're suffering. And that reminds me of the life of Jesus Christ. I'm not equating it with the life of Jesus Christ, but as a Christian, Jesus came, suffered, was humiliated, he was done all kind of things.
Yeah.
But the whole intention of what he was simply doing is he wanted to save the world. He wanted to ensure that the world is saved, the world is free, and that people are forgiven of the mistakes and the challenges, all those things that they had underwent. It was so painful when you see human beings coming out to assist human beings, and then in the process of assisting each other, they underwent they're going through very difficult times. They're going through what we call, a lot of sufferings. And it is
Yeah.
a worrying thing that we are seeing this in Africa. I can see it continuing, and it is not far. I mean, it's not. Uh, it's almost similar to what is currently even happening in Tanzania.
Uh,
But I know
okay.
we'll get into that. Allow
Right.
me to say this about these two gentlemen. It is not the first time that they've been arrested. Remember the last time they were arrested, Bob and his brother was arrested here in Kenya, and I went through all those tribulations, and later on they were released. And one thing I like with them is that they never lose hope. They suffer. Tomorrow they'll wake up again, continue suffering and fighting for others. And that is the spirit of Kenyaism. And that is what I really admire about them. Being held incommunicado in a country that is not your country. And that again brings me back to what the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya says. We have a constitution, and when leaders, and specifically the president, is being sworn in, first of his obligation as the president is to ensure that the people of Kenya are protected and that they are safe. I don't know when they are going to learn from maybe America. When one citizen of America is, arrested or taken, especially when they are fighting for others, you will see a statement coming from the government. I am so worried that in Kenya, we woke up very early, elected leaders who cannot even fight for their fellow citizens, leaders who cannot even negotiate and come up with some productive ways of releasing or ensuring that their people are released. It is such a painful thing that we have a government who does not care about its citizens. We have a government that will never look for you, especially when you are standing with the truth. And that is
But
the
but
situation where we are
but
as a
but
country.
Musalia Mudavadi, the Prime Minister cabinet, actually gave. If you look at what he said,
Brother Ben, I don't know if you remember when this matter was first brought before the government, and the same leader that you're mentioning came out and said that they are not. They have consulted with the other side and they have said that they are not aware and they're not holding this particular activist. So if a whole cabinet secretary, not even just a cabinet secretary, a prime cabinet secretary would come out and give such a comment on the lives of the people of Kenya, citizens born and raised in the Republic of Kenya, have people who have acquired good characters and are displaying or proving the good characters to others of what they have learned as a people, then they're not being given a chance. Then to me, that is not how things should be done. That
uh,
is not right.
but Makobura, remember, maybe before you come in, maybe you can also explain to us, because remember, their main aim was to go and attend the launch of Manifesto, especially for, I think, for Bobby Wine, and they ended up being kidnapped, And is it about that time we look at the constitutions of other country and the limit on how maybe we should do our activism?
Okay. Let me just answer you.
Yeah.
Well, there might be people coming out to say that they were going for a political rally or something. They were going to attend. Maybe it can be looked in that manner. But well, remember, the current president of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Arap Ruto, not once, has always been in Uganda, has even campaigned for the president of Uganda, Museveni. What does that tell you? He is a Kenyan. The president is a Kenyan, similarly as this other gentleman. If the president, before he became president, or whether he is a president, went and engaged the people of Uganda on a political platform and campaigned for a politician, for a politician, then what then? Why are we looking at people differently? And they are all Kenyans. Truth be told, the same way the president went and campaigned, even though as much as he went there and campaigned, there were so many people in Kenya who were not even supporting or were not really in support of Museveni being re-elected that particular time. And they came out and said it was not right for a Kenyan politician to get to the other side and campaign for another politician on the other side. But, well, the constitution is very clear. You have a right to do what you want. The same, I'm quite sure the Ugandan side has the same. We've had instances where political leaders from certain countries are advocating or even giving statement in support of certain political leaders, and there's nothing wrong with that. So why would you arrest activists or people who are also going to stand with somebody that they believe can do better? That is double standard to me, and it is not being fair. And that is what I was speaking about yesterday. We have a situation or an environment where the political leaders fail that they're above the law, while the citizens are the ones that are supposed to be subjected to the laws of the land, and that is not fair to me.
All right, thank you so much. We are just looking at giving our views, especially concerning the release of Bob Njagi and Oyo, and we have to look at the East Africa and how do our governments work. Is it okay, especially for East Africa citizens, especially to visit or to attend any other political rally of somebody they feel that as a member of East Africa, they share the political ideology and the political view. That is what we are discussing. And this is Laban at Makubura. Activism in a military-led country is like kidnapping yourself. That is what at Laban Misiani says. Kevin Obura, we can't practice our little human rights we have in some other countries where dictatorship is in power. Okay, that are just like thoughts that people are giving before Miguda comes in. Makubura, remember there was 1,000+ Kenyans busy doing their business in Uganda. Most of these activists have turned paid and CV ambulance chasers. Sorry to say, it is my opinion. Thank you so much. Thanks, Obura. I'm glad you are cleaning the muddy. Activism is a mission which comes with the repercussions, so that activists know the deal. We have to forgive. Okay, we have to give Uhuru his flowers. Okay, that one we are coming to that. Let me invite Joseph. Joseph, what is your take on what has happened? The Bob Njagi and Oyo who went missing for 39 days. Today they were found at Busia border, and from what they are saying, though they say that they will give full information with the time they were going for medical checkup, but something that I picked was that he was not eating for 40 days. And another thing he said that they were held at a military station. What do you say this? What is your take on this? Yeah, okay. I think
Sorry, brother.
okay.
Can you come again, please?
We are just weighing our thoughts on what just happened today when Bob Njagi and Oyo, who are activists, who were the other day or some weeks back, they went to attend the launch of a party manifesto, especially for Bobby Wine. His official name is Robert Chagulanyi. As you know, Ugandans are going for presidential election. That is January. And on their way, they disappeared or they were kidnapped. And for 39 days, they were missing until today. What can you say about that?
Thank you for inviting me to share my opinions, and say I'm glad that Jaggi and Oyo were found and they are okay, and hoping that they don't have any injuries or something. I'm hoping they are okay. So I will start with the question that you asked, Makobura. It's a very simple question. You
Yeah.
ask him why are activists found in other countries.
Mm-hmm.
The simple answer is activists are not only measured in one country. When you start activism, you speak on behalf of what is really in the world, not what is really in only your country.
Yeah. Okay.
I think we cannot put only these people in Uganda. There's so many things that are happening in the world. Why have you seen activists talking on behalf of Palestine? If so, we are saying that Uganda should not be interfered by activists from other countries. Then they should also say that activists should not be engaging themselves in things like Palestine and things like the war in Ukraine. These are activists. They are not presidential candidates, or they are not candidates who are in government. They are doing the activism in the whole world. You can see, for example, Winnie is called Winnie, the daughter of Mandela. The name, I'm forgetting the name. She has been doing activism about Palestine. I think even she was in the boat that was being the frontier. It was called the Frontier. Yeah, they were traveling to Palestine, to Gaza. So she's from South Africa, and I don't know which links South Africa has with Palestine, but because she's an activist, she's fighting for human rights. She was there, and they are fighting for the human rights. I saw people like Grata and other people fighting for this Gaza, fighting for Palestine. And I did not see anybody questioning why are they going there, because are they from that country? No,
Yeah.
when you start an activism, it tends to stretch across the board. You talk on things that are happening within the world and within where you are. So I think I've answered that question. It's a very simple one. Activism does not border only on your country. You can do
Yeah.
activism in any other way. But as far as I'm concerned, Ruto was the wrong one. You cannot be a government official in the Kenyan government and you're campaigning for Uganda candidate. That is very wrong. That is wrong. But for activism is something you are not holding any office in the government. You are just a regular citizen voicing out your voice. But when you are a public servant, how will you go and campaign for another person in another country to become a president? That is very wrong. That one is even wrong. So I'll come to the issue about these kidnappings that have been happening. It's not only in Uganda, even Tanzania, we've seen them, and they are still happening. What is really happening in East Africa? East Africa is disintegrating. It is disintegrating very slowly. And the problem is not the citizen in East Africa. The problem is the leaders in East Africa. They have become dictators. And most of the East African countries, I don't want to mention names here. You know the countries that we are talking about. You can see the people that are ruling these countries. They have turned to become dictators. They don't want democracy. When they feel that they cannot be able to win elections, they start even locking up opposition leaders. Some even they try to torture the opposition leaders. Some even are beaten. We have seen these countries. We know them. And I think as we continue like this, I don't think East Africa is going to hold waters, because the more we are like right now, you can see how many countries are voicing their voice against the elections that happen in Tanzania. We are going for another election in Uganda. We don't know what will happen. So these people that have been found today, the Jagi and Oyo, I think there is so many other people who are still lost in Tanzania, and they had gone there to make sure that the voice of the people is heard. So this thing is happening in real time, and it's happening in East Africa. That's why I said it's going to disintegrating very fast. And if we are not careful, there will be no East Africa anymore. We'll be talking about places where people will be kept out of borders, because now if you talk about Museveni saying that activists should not be allowed in his country, it means also activists in Uganda who are going to be coming to talk on behalf of Kenyans, they are not welcome. So this one is tending to bring friction across the countries in East Africa. For example, we can check the Tanzania war. I was
Yeah.
watching another clip about members of parliament talking about Kenyans and saying that Kenyans, I don't know, they are supposed to be very. I don't want to say the things they said because they got me angry. What if us as Kenyans tell their citizens or our MPs, we could demand them to, to do the same thing to them, and it's going to start a war. It is going to start a war because if you hear some MPs saying that those people should be taken back to their country, they are damaging our country. Don't forget that those same people, your people, are in our country. And they are in our country because they are coming. Some are coming because the business opportunities in your country are fake or they are low. They cannot be able to sustain them. Some are coming because they have come for refuge in the other countries because they are seeking asylum from the
Yeah.
country they are coming from. So when you try to come and start bringing like it is war, it is going to bring a big friction. And I'm seeing a place where we are going to reach. East Africa is going to be even deadlier, that even it can turn into war. Because the things as they are standing, these people who are ruling us, they are full of dictatorship in their head. And they are thinking they can rule the people by the will of might, and they don't want to hear the opinion of anybody. You cannot even believe that is an election that has shocked everyone in the world, Brother Benson.
Yeah.
There is no election that have ever been done that a candidate has ever got 98%. Never in this world. Give me an example of one. That one has been the shock of the whole world. Not leave even Kenya as they're putting it, that Kenya is the one damaging Tanzania. The whole world has been shocked because how can you be you're saying you are loved by 98% of the people and you don't want to release the people in jail, the opposition leaders? You could have released them if you know the people love you. Release them and show them that I can be able to win you in the votes and I can be able to get the 98%, whereas you can get 1%. So the releasing of Jagi, because it is coinciding with the people also, there is some activists who also are in Tanzania and they have been jailed. If they are there and they are still struggling, they are saying they need to be brought back. So these things are happening in real time in East Africa. And I'm telling you, in the near future, I'm seeing a place where East Africa will not even be the same again. Because we have been having presidents who have been working forward for this East Africa not to fall. We had the likes of Akina Pombe Magufuli. There's a time we had an issue, but the presidents worked around the issue and we were able to settle down this thing, and it was calm, and the East Africa continued. Now, even now, people are regretting, why do we have even passports for East Africa if we cannot be integrated? If somebody can tell you as a citizen of Kenya, you have a East African passport, that you're the one who is going to damage their country, we should chase you all out from that country. It does not sit well with me, because if you start talking about these things, also me, I'll feel very bad and say also, why are your citizens in my country? Also take them back. Let us beat tit for tat, and it's praised like that. But now, brother, there's people who have still married people from the different countries. And people even in Uganda, like the ones the activists had gone to do the activism, there's people who are integrated from those countries. So now what will happen about these families? It is very difficult. But for if Uhuru has talked on behalf of Kenyan government and said, I don't know if on behalf of Kenyan government or he talked in his own capacity and he was able to repatriate these citizens of Kenya. I want to thank him. Maybe I want to give him his flowers because he has helped us so much. But I also want to tell the government of Uganda, you can keep on pressing people down. But I'm telling you, brother Benson, when revolution or when this voice of the people is about to change the country, even if you try to hold it with I don't know what, even if you try to put even metal borders across the country, or you put all policemen or even military uniform men, the government will be shut down and the government will fall down. So even if you try to do these things, it has been proven. It has been proven all over the world that you can try to oppress people, but when they start rising against you, you will not hide yourself. Today I was watching about a documentary for this guy in Romania. His name was, I think, something. The one who was a dictator to his people. but the people went and found him. You remember that is the only, I think, president who was executed live. I remember he was executed live. So if people can watch these things and see how revolutions have been done, I don't think any president ever in the history of the world was able to hold a revolution from happening. So even if you keep military or you say what, you're one person against majority or magnitude of people.
All right. Thank you so much, Joseph, for your view. And let me also invite Miguda to also maybe share with us his view. What is your take on Bob Jagi before now we go into the main discussion of today? Hello, Miguda. All right. Thank you so much. I think Miguda is maybe he has a problem with the internet. That's why he cannot get back to us. But immediately he comes.
I'm back. Maybe I think I'm now back.
Okay, go ahead.
I haven't heard you.
We're just asking you to share with us your view on the issue of Bob Njagi and Oyo, who today were found at the border of Busia, and after 39 days of they were kidnapped and they were missing for 39 days. And if you look at, I saw somewhere where there's this body that was thanking Uhuru, the former president, for intervening. There's also, I checked on the news also, I saw also the prime minister, that is Musalia Mudavadi, also talked about his effort to make sure the pressure that was put in place to make sure that the fellow Kenyan citizen unite with their family and come back home.
Okay, first, I just want to be brief because my colleagues have delved much into them. The issue I want to discuss is we have different jurisdiction, Kenya and Uganda.
Yeah.
But you find out that the basic rights and fundamental rights we are enjoying as a Kenyan people, most of these East African countries do not enjoy them. And we are far ahead of them in terms of democracy, in terms of human rights, in terms of fundamental freedom. So you find out most of times they tend to apply their laws to foreign civilians. Like when we are into their country, they apply their laws to us, which to us is violation of human rights. And when you are with them, when you are in those jurisdictions, to them it is not violation of human rights as they perceived it.
Yeah.
But first, I don't think they were never given food because no one can stay for 39 days without eating. Because if you stay for 39 days without eating,
this is the information from Jagi. I quote. He said that he stayed for 14 days. He was fasting for 14 days without food. Fasting for 14 days.
Okay.
Yeah.
That one I tend to agree, but because I thought that 9 days without eating, because they could have been weak and they could have died, and even they could have not been having energy to speak to us. We need to be, I don't know, we wanted to assist them, but they are also adamant. They don't want assistance from Kenyan people because we can't live with their neighbors who are still behind, and people are moving faster in this world. And then the structure which they are now putting into place to ensure that they are suppressing the citizens. In Kenya, you can't do such things, and no one can imagine even things like if you are saying that someone want to increase term limit. No, is out of contention. You cannot, because we are a bit far. Our constitution is very strong, and I just want to talk about the issue of Uhuru Kenyatta and our leadership in this country. To me, in first world countries, whenever their citizens are having issues, even when we have citizens of Turkey here, we had to take them back to their country, because usually state take care of its citizens internally and also externally. That's the role of a state, and there is the president. The president need to take firm action and also reconsider to take care of citizens, because that's why he was sworn in at Kasarani. He's sworn in to take care of us. He's sworn in to protect us. Therefore, our rights can't be violated outside Kenya without him intervening. And when Uhuru Kenyatta intervened, is that what I'm getting from the people? My source tells me that Uhuru intervened. So if Uhuru intervened and the people were later released through Joash Mangi, I think the higher commissioner, I can just say it shows what the leadership should have done, because it's up to them to take care of the citizens. And you remember even
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Miguda. And yeah. Miguda. Okay, all right. Maybe there's a problem with connection on his side, and once he get an opportunity, he will finish his statement. And this is what.
Okay, I'm saying.
Yeah, go ahead. Hello, Miguda. Hello, Miguda. Hello, Miguda. All right. Thank you so much. Let me see on the comment section. What is the comment saying? This is what Museveni will vie in the next election, and the sad thing he's won the election in advance, and is in case of eventualities, his son will inherit power. Actually, the election will be on is it this January? And from the look of things, even yesterday, I saw how Bobby Wine was going for a rally somewhere, but he had to be stopped. And one of our supporters, I don't know whether she was a lady. I think she might be one of the leaders who are vying, or she must be very vocal. She was arrested yesterday, and when he was going for the rally. So that is he is going to win generally. That is not new to us, and everybody knows that in the public domain. Uhuru is a human and diplomatic when it matters. People should stop questioning his involvement in politics. He's still our noted politician. Thank you so much for your take on the comment section.
Okay, let me conclude. I was saying that even when Duterte was apprehended at Vietnam, and people talked on social media until we get our source that actually Uhuru Kenyatta intervened, and later Duterte was taken back to the country, and he never passed through the conviction by the Vietnam laws. So it's a matter of intervention. State.
Did she come back to the country?
No, she did not come back. She was given a sentence by. She was given a sentence for the death penalty was removed. She was given a sentence.
Okay, thank you for that. When the death penalty was removed, it shows how state can involve into external affairs that affects their citizens. And the reason why I'm insisting on the state, because the president is the head of state. And when he's the head of state, it needs its involvement to ensure that citizens are taken care of internally and externally. And that's why we have these high commissioners, and that's why we have our ambassadors abroad to ensure that any matter that concerns citizens, the state links to that they assist the citizens. And even if you look at the American people, because mostly they perceive that America first, that we are the first, then others. It should also hear that Kenya first, even if it's Mr. William Ruto, you should have advocated for the Kenya first, our rights. So whenever we are, he took oath to protect us, and that's why he's having that sword. That sword is not to do the things they were saying they were to do with it, but it's to protect the citizens. I think that's one we should reconsider, and the president should take note that if former president can intervene, it is proper for the president also to continue the spirit to ensure that Kenyans are safe everywhere.
All right. Thank you so much, Miguda, for that. I think I have an issue with my camera. I will have to work on it. I can just see from the look of things, it's kind of like getting frozen on the screen. You know, when you talk about how sometimes we act into speed, especially when issues like our citizens or our brothers are held in the neighboring countries, you know, I think especially, I think especially for those who are activists, those who tend to disagree with government, you find that I think like government usually do not take very quick response on how to find out on how they come home. Remember what happened with Mwangi in Tanzania, whereby they were found in the border of Kenya in around Mombasa area. Now we are seeing this one with Bob Njagi too. You know,
Sorry, Brother Benson, to make it
yeah.
clear, she was given a life imprisonment.
Life imprisonment.
Yes.
Nduta.
Yeah, I was checking right now, and I've seen she was given like the death penalty. The appeal that they made in March,
Yeah.
was given a life imprisonment instead of the death penalty.
So which means she will have to stay there until she grows old. Or
Maybe, but I have not checked if they have given her. But you know, life imprisonment, it depends. I know in the sometimes in US they give life imprisonment, but sometimes they can give you. I don't know if they give you parole. Yeah, they can give you parole.
Yeah.
After maybe some years, maybe like 20, 30 years there, they can give you parole in case of good is called or good behavior.
Good records, especially while you're in prison. You are not getting involved in creating more chaos. Like you're disciplined when you are in the prisons. Yeah, you can get that parole. Yeah, so that is what is happening. But I think at some point, as a country, especially, we might be having our differences politically. But now, when one of us actually is in trouble in another state or another country, I think the relevant authority should make sure that they come home. Okay, this is she was sentenced in prison instead of chop. Thank you so much for your contribution, everyone. Now, I know we've weighed out our thoughts. We've weighed in our thoughts on Bob Njagi and Oyo. And the good thing is they're back home. They will reunite with their families, maybe in the near future, or they will let us know what they went through and how they were abducted. And we will reflect with the ruling. Remember the courts in Uganda, they gave a ruling saying that they are not in possession. They do not know the whereabouts of Bob and Njagi, but now they will come and tell us, and that one will even make us discuss it more and look at the East Africa, because we talked about passport. Why then were we coming with the same passport? You know, we call it the East Africa passport. That it means that we are a community, you know, and you know, that is something that we will discuss later. But now, let's come to today's, and we want to reflect on something here that is quite much very important. And what does it mean? Yesterday, when President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta was in Murang'a, at some point, he cautioned especially the politics of insults, whereby he said that if somebody is going to insult somebody, even in his party, that person will be sent away, will be sent packing out of that party, and even kind of like defended Rigathi Gachagua. And people are looking at it quite much differently. And maybe to start with you, Marco Bura, what would be your take, and what does it one mean, especially when you look at the politics of Mount Kenya, for it was seen that President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta was defending Rigathi Gachagua?
Okay, thank you so much. I don't really think President Uhuru Kenyatta was defending. I don't really think he was defending Rigathi Gachagua.
Yeah.
We've seen the former President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta of late having a stand or a different view on how he sees politics and how his total view of politics has changed.
Yeah.
If you've noted, nowadays he doesn't take things too seriously, and again he's always accepting to be challenged. Most of times he's always seen or he has always come out as a leader who is pointing out the bad behaviors in the politics. And I think this is coming out after the many years that is spent in the political arena, and he has seen the positive things that the positive and the negative things that politicians do go through, especially when they have a serious political stand. And in his view, I think he has of late been advocating for unity, advocating for inclusivity. He has also been advocating for young people to take over. We've seen a trend where he has been coming out to criticize what he thinks is not right. Remember, sometimes back he had gone behind the scene and he didn't want to engage or to be involved in the political activities. But of late, remember, he's been coming out after the revealing. I think after he knew that he maybe, I don't know whether that is right or not, we've seen him coming out as a leader who is no longer fearful, but he's coming out to seem to be speaking the truth or what he thinks is right. He's behaving or he's working in a smart way. He doesn't really want to have political enemies, but he wants to be in the good books with each and every political leaders. And that is why not once he has even met the president amidst the views or a situation when people are not expecting. He did meet him and they had conversation. He doesn't hold anything towards the president. If the president does anything wrong, he comes out and tells him this is wrong, this is not right. He sees the opposition going the wrong way, he comes out and tells them this is wrong. I think it's a good move for him because he's trying to play a transparent politics, a politics where you focus on what is important, what is benefiting the society, rather than what is benefiting the political parties or building a political individual. I saw him, of course, criticize quite a number of his team members or Jubilee members against Matusi kila saa, and that is right, because if we would be having a political leaders who are focused on what we call things or projects or all those things that are beneficial to the people of Kenya, then we'll not be having the many problems that we are currently having. If we had a political class that is focused on the problems and problems that the people of Kenya are going through, will not be having, for example, what we are seeing in Kasipul, where people are being killed here and there just because of political differences. And to me, that is a good move. because it is the right time that we focus on the most important thing. It is the right time that we focus on all those positive things that are going to assist the people of Kenya. It is not the right time to continue politicking. It is not the right time to continue hurling insults as a way of building political party or building yourself politically, because the most important thing is the people. Political parties are formed, as a way or used as vehicles to the political, vehicles to the elections. And all these elections, whenever you are elected or given an opportunity to serve,
Yeah.
the center point should be the people.
Okay.
And if you want to focus on the people, you have to focus on the challenges that they are going through, not focusing on other political leaders hurling insults, because that can never solve the problems of the people. Whenever you see the political class hurling insults or giving more preference on attacking the characters of fellow politicians, then they are getting out, or they are forgetting the main role of serving the people. And President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta has been focusing more on, just calling them back and reminding them that, well, even if you want to be presidency, you will get it. But at long last, what would be the legacy that you'd be leaving behind? Would you have, by the time you'll be leaving, would you have solved the problems of the people? And again, he has been reminding them of the society that is currently in existence. A society full of young people. Young people who are learned, and their expectations are far much different with the expectations of the previous generation. And that is why he has always focused on giving, listening to the young people and giving them a chance as a way of understanding them politically, and partly getting the opportunity to solve their political problems or challenges.
All right.
That is my view.
Okay, thank you so much, Marco Bura, for your view. And let me invite Joseph. And I want to give you, when I'm inviting you, Joseph, I want to give you, Rigathi Gachagua has been a long time close Uhuru ally during the time when he was his personal assistant. Then they disagreed during when Ruto was coming into power. And you can remember very well on how politically Rigathi used to attack Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. And ever since Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta left power, or his administration came to an end, in any political rally or in any opportunity that he had, there is no any other day that he has mentioned the name of Rigathi Gachagua. But the other day, when he was speaking about when he was having the delegates of Jubilee, especially where he was yesterday, he mentioned the name of Rigathi Gachagua, especially very specific, because I think he would have been giving comment in general that say that we do not want this politics of insulting and all that. But he was very specific about especially Kioni and to Rigathi Gachagua. Mr. Joseph, what do you think is happening, or where is Uhuru Kenyatta is thinking differently than what we might be seeing in politics?
Yes, thank you for that question, Brother Benson. I clearly see a certain way of change in the Kenyan politics. Uhuru is far from, I think, politics which are meant to be divisive.
Yeah.
Because for once, he's a statesman. And when you become a statesman, that's why you are congratulating him for helping in aiding the release of Jagi and Oyo. Because now he's a statesman. When you become a statesman, you tend to bring the country together, not to bring them apart. So I think him coming and saying that people should stop even abusing the likes of Akina Gachagua, people took it as people were taking it as political. But if you looked in deeper on what he was meaning, the only elections that have been peaceful after the 2002 elections were only the 2022 elections in the initial stages. But you know what happened after 2023. But it was peaceful after the election. You remember it was very calm. So I think he's also trying to a way of how it's going to still become after we have done the elections, because we are not far off. If you start saying, and there is somebody I saw there, Laban, saying that Museveni atashinda elections, he win the elections. I remember just one thing. 5 years people think is a very far time. I was just another day. I remember just another day we were talking with another Ugandan and telling him now Museveni has stolen Bobby Wine's votes and he has become the president. And now we are talking with you guys here telling you that Museveni is going for another elections. You see clearly that 5 years is a very small time, but the harm that can be done within those 5 years is great. So I think him talking about Gachagua, there is something that Uhuru talked, that even Gachagua talked about, and this now I'll talk about Mount Kenya. In Mount Kenya, we did a very grave mistake with how we elected our MPs. You see, these representatives that were brought into Senate and Parliament, it's like we voted people because of a wave that was going on, instead of people with caliber that can be able to articulate issues in the certain legislative houses. So I think if you see what Uhuru and Gachagua have been talking about, it has been a similar issue about how people have been electing people that cannot help them, and then they come and start crying later. So I think as he was talking about Gachagua, he was telling his people, right now we can agree, Brother Benson, here that we have two very huge parties in Mount Kenya. We have Jubilee and we have DCP. I think those are the parties which are going to be battling it out in Mount Kenya. And as far as we are concerned and know, it's like you have been told that this Jubilee is in united opposition. So you see, they are like somehow in one coalition, but they are fighting for similar seats in the similar region, and also not only in the similar region, also they have other regions, but more so where the battleground will be. It will be in Mount Kenya for looking for votes from for MPs from there. So I think him talking like that, I think he was trying also to cool down the tempo that is happening in Mount Kenya, and how leaders in Mount Kenya have been abusing each other. The likes of even the other day you saw Kawanjiko and was abusing Rigathi Gachagua, and the likes of Akina Kioni, how they have been, and even as he was talking about Kioni, he was still talking about this guy called Ngunjiri Wambogo. I don't know if you know him. Ngunjiri Wambogo was the former MP of Nyeri Town.
Nyeri Town, yes.
So I think he was also talking to people like that, because there is no way that you can continue saying that you're fighting for the people but you're divided. And I think this one, people took it as for Gachagua only. I can support Marco Bura's point by saying this was not only talking about Mount Kenya region, it was talking about Kenya as a whole.
But now let me ask you, Joseph, if that one is not true, because we've studied the politics of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, especially when he wants to deliver a message, especially for Mount Kenya, very serious, when he wants to drive something home, he will always switch from Kiswahili to his native language, which he has done even during his presidency, especially when he wants to send a message that he feels that the people of Mount Kenya should get. He usually switch to his native language.
But Brother Benson, Brother Benson, what clearly people did not tell you, did you hear the whole speech, what he was talking about? Because I heard the whole of it.
Yeah, we had
he was talking about his live in politics. If you heard what he's saying, if you heard the last of his comments, what he was saying that he's about to hand over to somebody. You are hearing him saying like that? I'm about to hand over, and when I hand over, I'm not going to allow these guys to abuse anybody as long as I'm there, as long as I'm the chair of or the party leader of this party. But after I'm gone, they'll know what they are going to do. But as for now, I'm the party leader, and I'm going to be in charge of this party. So I think also Uhuru is trying to plot also a political way out in this politics. That's why he's trying to mend fences with, Gachagua has been trying to mend fences with Uhuru since we know he has been trying to mend fences with whatever he said about him. I think Gachagua damaged Uhuru too much because he did not only abuse him in the campaign, he also damaged his statesmanship image from the presidents who had been welcomed in the swearing in. I think that is where even Uhuru was feeling very hurt, and the other one for the mother's raid. I think that is where Uhuru was feeling very hurt. But I think also sometimes, these politicians, they always look for their interest, and sometimes they come together and they talk they come and deliberate issues. Us are the ones who are left in the ground saying hapana, si tuna support huyu, tunafanya hivi. But these politicians, they always talk. You'll hear in a couple of days that Gachagua was truly talking with Uhuru or something. Then I think also the Matiang'i issue, that thing had so much things if you listen to it, and you could tell what was happening clearly. There is a Matiang'i issue which has been happening, and it has been happening, and people are saying that Matiang'i is like he's a mole. You remember? It's like even they did not want him in the united opposition. You remember even the meetings that they have been held in? Matiang'i has not been there. So I think also Matiang'i being brought back to the fold in united opposition had a hand with Uhuru had a hand in that. And I think Uhuru is the only person who can talk to these guys and they listen to him, this united opposition. He's the only guy who can talk to them and bring them together so that they can be able to work together. But then they cannot be able to bring themselves together because, everybody has his own interest. They need to look for a bigger person who can be able to talk to them. And now that brings us to a dilemma because also Ruto is looking for a person who is like a bigger brother to him who can be able to bring order in the country and order into his political lifeline. And you can see that he's truly working for the way he can be able to bring back Uhuru into his fold. So this is politics, 101. But the problem is Uhuru ready to dirty himself with the politics, with this politics? Is he ready? That is the real question. Because as of late, as I support Makobura's point, I can tell you that this guy is not interested so much with the politics that you are saying. He's there. He's just giving guidance, but he's not there at kunini political the way watu wanasema atakuwa akifanya campaign. There is a day he said that they were staying with Baba wakikunywa uji and they were talking about how the people in the likes of Akina Jaramogi, they talk when they are wako huko juu, and he answered him akamwambia nadhani wanaongeaga hii mambo yetu ya siasa ya upuzi. So you can really clearly see Uhuru and politics. I think he does not like this politics of division because even in Embu he told them clearly, mimi mambo yangu siku hizi ni kusikia radio na kusikia TV. Sina mambo mingi siku hizi because Brother Benson, right now he's not supposed even to be. Do you expect Uhuru to be answering junior MPs, the likes of Akina Ishungu and Akina Kawanjiku? Can he take his caliber back to and the likes of Akina Sudi and Akina Farouk Kibet? Can you see Uhuru arguing with the likes of these guys? I think it cannot happen. The likes of Akina Cherargei, I don't think it can happen. So what is really happening is he's trying to bring the country together. You have just seen what has happened in Tanzania, brother. The former president even cannot talk, Brother Benson. Have you heard the former president talking? He's not talking.
The organization, I saw that there was an organization that was thanking him for participating. And my question is, why would they thank the president, not even including the CS for foreign affairs and the prime cabinet?
For bringing the two guys back?
Yeah.
Because our foreign affairs ministry has failed. Why do you think people are thanking the people who are off the sides? How many cases have we heard about foreign affairs that have failed? How many cases do you know? We have had cases of Saudi Arabia. We have cases of even citizens in Ukraine war. We have had citizens all over. But the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has failed in its mandate. I think the people who are working in that ministry and the ambassadors who are working across the world, they are failed Kenyans. So that's why Kenyans are very angry with them. Even when they do something, even if it is good, people are going to go and check for the person who has been initiating these things by stride. That's why you hear people are not concentrated with the ministry. Have you heard them saying about the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? They've not talked about Ministry of Foreign Affairs. You have just heard them saying Musalia Mudavadi. You cannot hear them talking about Ministry of Foreign Affairs because it has failed Kenyans who are really trying their luck abroad. And even for the activists who are abroad, they have failed Kenyans in every kind of way. You have heard people crying all the time saying that nimeenda kwa embassy hata huyo ambassador ananiitisha ati kitu kidogo ndio ni aweze kunifuadia mambo zangu. So it is such a sad scenario that we have a whole ministry which they always lie to the people who are in diaspora and tell them that diaspora is a constituency. So diaspora is a constituency when you need them to send money at home, and it's a constituency when you need them to vote for you. But when it comes to their to their issues, it's not a constituency again. It's a problem for you, or it is a burden to you. But when they are helping you, you feel wow, it's great. So I think that's why people can really appreciate Uhuru, because he's not in the government, but he's trying his best to repatriate these people. That is the sole reason. And for his statesmanship, Uhuru knows he has political. What do we call this one? He has networks within the world. He has been a president for 10 years. How do you expect a president for 10 years to not have networks within the world? He probably has networks and knows where to pressure these points, and he knows where to be able to get this in case of these issues of repatriation happen. But for Uhuru, defending Gachagua, those are the issue was very big, Brother Benson. It's not just that, people are taking just that part and they are talking about Gachagua. He really talked about many issues when he was talking.
All right. Thank you so much. But the reason why we know he spoke about so many issues, and the reason why maybe people decided to pick the one for Rigathi Gachagua, because bearing the history you've talked about on how Rigathi Gachagua himself damaged the image of the president, including even the first lady, that is Mama Ngina. Remember what happened when they took over power. And again, also immediately after the impeachment of Rigathi Gachagua is then when she regretted. He regretted about the same and said, "No, I really." And so many times, whenever Rigathi Gachagua is having interviews with anybody, especially when that question is thrown at him, first of all, he will start by accepting that he really, really, really messed up. He has accepted that, and he always talk of looking away on how to reconcile with it. But the caliber of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, if he can mention your name, because bearing in all that, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta of all the people, even if he did not mean that way, but people will pick that name that he has mentioned, particularly the name of Rigathi Gachagua, bearing in mind all the damage and all the political attacks that Rigathi Gachagua was sending against him, during the 2022 campaign and even during the swearing in, that did not go well, even with the majority of Uhuru Muigai supporters. That is one. Then maybe another thing that maybe Joseph will come in the second time, and about the native.
Can I add something, Brother Benson, before you finish it? I wanted to tell you about you have said something good before I let me good speak. I spoke for quite a while. I want to tell you about why he can be. You see, like Uhuru was terming Gachagua. Us in our region, or the way we are built, us the way we operate as Kikuyus, we have, when you have a certain seat in power, people tend to see you as the voice of the community. When you have that certain seat, I think. So when Gachagua, the only person who had that certain privilege and the power was Gachagua at that time. And when he had that power, people could follow him. And when he left the government, not many Kikuyus were left in that government with the Kindiki. So that was the friction. So I think Uhuru is also acknowledging him as the title he had before. He was a person who was holding a title which is bigger in the Kikuyu land. There's nobody who was higher than him. Who was higher than him? Nobody. Only the former president. And I think Gachagua has shown that he respects the former president. It's just that, politics. Unaweza dhania wewe unajaribu kupiga mwingine unapata chako ndio chinachimbiwa moto. So ama chuma chako chiko motoni. So I think he came to understand that later. So I think also for him saying sorry, it has really changed the dynamics between him and the family of Kenyatta.
All right, thank you so much. And I agree, political influence of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, not only in Mount Kenya, even in the country alone, Uhuru Kenyatta, I've always said this, especially when it comes to Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. There are people, especially that there's a way in which they've been blessed. In a way, but Uhuru Kenyatta is one of those people who has been blessed with, they are so special in a way that they connect well with the public or with the population. You might not like him, but at some point when he gets up to talk, you will have to give him an ear, and the connection that they have is so much organic, because you would see, I'm telling you, there are politicians who will buy the connection with the people. They will make sure for them to remain relevant, they will have to give money to make sure that they popularize themselves through tokenism. But for Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, and I don't think so, he's just come naturally. And even Raila too, they have something special with them. I don't know what is it with them, but I feel as compared to other politicians, there's something special about that was special about Raila, and something also that's special about President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. This is the person that if he's given a cake, that's only the way he laughs as a surprise, it becomes a talking point for 2 days. What does it tell you, Miguda? Now, my question to you, Mr. Miguda, do you think, as you look at the politics, the speech that President Uhuru Muigai had, as Joseph said that there was a lot, but you concentrate on mentioning the name of Rigathi Gachagua. Do you think this one will kind of have political effects, especially in Mount Kenya, towards Gachagua, positively or negatively?
Okay. The other day, Gachagua said, Kikuyus, Joseph has reminded me of something, that wanachagua di Wamakeki. They are electing even Wamakeki to parliament. So they should consider the quality of leaders they're electing. What I want to say that what Uhuru said, me and I think I understood it better. Joseph is here. Joseph will confirm whether I got it right or not. I think I understand what he was trying to do. I think it will have an effect, and a positive effect to the community, the Gikuyu community, and for the posterity. Because Uhuru is someone who is exposed to power from childhood. And Uhuru has interacted with a lot of dignitaries from childhood. And Uhuru has been the president for the next 10 years. Uhuru has gone beyond the enemies of the Jomo. Remember Jaramogi and Jomo? The public enemy, but private they were good friends. And even the long-term friendship with Raila Odinga. To that extent, Uhuru has learned a lot in politics. And also he has learned a lot from Raila. Raila, you can't outrule Raila. Raila was the superstar of the politics of the country. So having been good buddies, they have learned a lot. And even Ruto has admitted that Raila is the coach who has coached in politics. And Ruto appreciates Raila today. So having all this wealth of exposure and experience and everything, Uhuru has seen far. He has seen ahead. He has seen Kenya in the next 30, 50 years. And is trying to put his community strategically. And let me tell you before, I'll come back to that point. Raila has put Luos in a strategic position politically for the next 50 years in this country. And people are just saying that Raila has not left direction. No, those are just politics. It is very clear that rule number 1, Luos must be united. Rule number 2, Luos must have a political party. It can be another one, not ODM, but you, as a community, you must have a political party. And lastly, in any equation of the country, you are either in government or part of the government. But even if you're in opposition, you must remain united so that the government which has been established must always collaborate with you people. That's the feature of Kenya. And Uhuru, having interacted with Raila, and because Uhuru has been there and he understands what has been going on, so he doesn't want to left his community out of the context in the confusion. Being a visionary leader and as someone who also mean well for the community, because that perceived love, not perceived, that natural love by the Kikuyu community, is very important for him to put the house into order. And that's why he understands very well that united Gikuyu is very significant in the political equation of this country. Because even if people will say that 41 against 1, what they accused Ruto said in 2007. But even if other community decided to form against them and establish a government, they must be collaborated because of the numbers and the one voice that they are using. Because, let me tell you, the future of this country is coalitions. And even the future of this country, after elections, collaborations. And it worked effectively in 2007. When people come together, we move on as a country. When we came together in 2007, we moved on. When we came together in 2017, we moved on. After 20 election, when they came to, before Gen Z protest, there was Azimio protest. But when they came together through NADCO report, things were moving on politically. So that's the future of this country. We are diverse and we are many numbers. You can't outrule that one. As a leader of the community, you must establish authority and you must make your house in order. And also you must ensure that Uhuru is someone who's exposed and very intelligent. Because he sees that it doesn't matter that you must be a Gikuyu president or a deputy president. You can be out of the presidency, but still you are part of the country and you work together progressively. And I want to echo him. When Ruto was declared the president 2022, Uhuru Kenyatta handed power peacefully and attended the swearing in of William Ruto because he understands the importance of having a peaceful country, and he understands also the importance of living together as a people. Because at the end of the day, we are Kenyans, irrespective of our diversity. And to that extent, when he warned people not to attack Rigathi Gachagua, he was not only warning the Kioni factors, but he was also warning Gachagua that even you are a fond of this habit. You better style up. And I'm starting from my house. My body is like Kioni, don't do this to this. This is your bro. And so the bro will also understand that, okay, even in the future, I don't need to do it because they are not doing it to me. And he just want to sanitize that policy. And we understand also that when we go to election, 2027 election, because we have seen the way the temperature boiling, and it's going to be very hotly contested election, and is able to foresee, because I told that he's someone who is intelligent and not someone who is a visionary. And then from that experience, he deemed it fit that let us cool this temperature and we get into our elections peacefully, so that irrespective of the outcomes, we have cooled the temperature. And it's very important for us to, because also you saw what happened in Tanzania, and now we are on the radar. The East African is on the radar, and Uhuru don't want people to go that route because he understands very well. And as a leader who has served this country, he has a duty to give direction. He has a duty to advise properly. And lastly, because previously he has assisted the people, he told the Mount Kenya people that, my fellow people, if you elect William Ruto, you will cry. And they never heed to his advice. But today they are confessed by themselves that how I wish we could have listened to you. So I think from now henceforth, whenever it's going to give any direction, or laying any foundation structure. Even after he's gone, the people of Mount Kenya will refer to Uhuru that, okay, when Uhuru was around, he used to tell us that we should not engage into bit exchanges with our brothers. When Uhuru was around, he was preaching about the unity of the community. And when Uhuru was around, he wanted that even if we don't form the government, we become and collaborate with other Kenyans. We can't do it by ourselves. So I think that one is very important because he's also learning from other people. Like I've told that he has moved across the country. Like I've told you, the Luo community, the Raila's Odinga's directions will remain reference for decades. That when Baba left us, he left 3 things. And anybody who want to engage the community outside these 3 things will not be acceptable. And let me tell you lastly, not that Uhuru Kenyatta is selfish or Raila was selfish or Ruto. No, 2 things. First, I'm happy with what he's doing. It's very good for you to put your community together. And Uhuru is very exposed because whenever he's doing it, he's not interfering with the unity of any region. He's specifically concentrating on the central or Mount Kenya people. And he's doing it in a way that you cannot realize. It's not selfish that Watuamke or Mlema, Kikuyu, it's just like this your bro, this your bro, you need to be together. And even Raila was doing it in a clever way. And even that ODM, in that position structure, there are no laws. But back, it was uniting the community. William Ruto has also realized that this is the way to go. He has gone to look for Gideon Moi. He's now uniting the Kalenjin. So the future of this country is coalitions. But how do you come to the coalitions agreement? You come as a community when you are united. But as a leader, you can't just speak with the Kalenjins or the Luos or the Iku, but you must be in a clever way. So lastly, Uhuru Kenyatta, having realized that this is the future and this is how, because this country, let me tell you one thing, we are many and we must try for this success, these positions. How do you put your community strategically that whenever after every election, they can reap from the government that has been established? You must be. So Uhuru, it will be wrong for him to go silent politically or to depart away from politics without giving established foundation what has been left by Baba. So I think that is why it forced Uhuru to speak. And I want to say it was detailed and it was very significant. And it will be there for posterity and for any establishment of the government going forward.
All right. Thank you so much. And maybe let me come to you, Makobura. When you look at what even Miguda is saying, what Miguda is saying, and you look at speaking on how to unite the mountain, especially, and you look at the opposition, and even those who are not in opposition about the politics of insults. Does it mean that Uhuru wants to exit the Kenyan politics the way Joseph was saying, but he wants to exit the politics, leaving behind a political party or a coalition that that will benefit the Kenyan people?
Okay, thank you so much. What I can say about the former president Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is that he's making his name clean. He has served as the President of the Republic of Kenya, the highest office in the land, which he did successful 2 terms. After that, of course, there has been challenges, and there were challenges. And I think it's just coming out clean to leave a united country, a country that appreciates what leadership is all about, is leaving behind a country that a country that acknowledges the fact that people will always have different political views, political stance, but above all, is introducing a politics where people are united, is trying to bring forth political, is trying to create a political environment where, as much as people have different views, people come from different locations or tribe or culture, they should always acknowledge that they are one people and that they're not supposed to be focusing on irrelevant things. Irrelevant things like, of course, attacking the personal characters of this particular individual, because according to his statements and his stand of late, those things do not matter to the people. I heard him saying that it is wrong for political class to continue speaking and making stories, forgetting that they've been elected and that the people do not really need the stories. The people need the work. The people need their lives improved, their challenges solved. The people need an environment where they can thrive, an environment where they'll not suffer in one way or another. And again, I'm trying to look at the many times that he's always come out. The other day, when he had attended the burial of his friend Hireri, remember he did focus on what he thinks as a former president and what he thinks for the country. Of late, he's been speaking like a father of the nation. And of course, he's been felt as, people miss his advices as the father of the nation. And I don't know if you've always noted that whenever the former president is speaking, he has always been seen, he has always been seen like some serious leader. So that again reminds us of the fact that, his political stance of lately reminds us of the fact that he currently doesn't care much about power and all those kind of things, but he is focusing on reminding the leaders that, well, the lives of the people and the interests of the people really matters. And remember again, of late, he has revealed the sufferings that he's going through, the health-wise. And if you remember what the speech that he gave during the death, the day that Raila died, when he was given the opportunity, he said that he'll play his part in the remaining days. And he said that he's not afraid that they will also join. Of course, we human beings will all join or go to that place where people go. But Amy has been focusing more on that. And if you focus on all those statements that he's been giving, I think is simply preparing a clean exit. An exit, of course, that he's leaving behind a legacy, and an exit that is leaving people united, is preparing the people of Kenya reminding the people of Kenya the importance of peace and the importance of living a life that is full of love, living a life that is full of having performed or assisting the people that you are leading. And that is what the former president Uhuru Muigai has always, of late, stood for. And maybe I'll give you a chance, Brother Joseph, to just give your narration on what you think about his late remarks and his view, mostly focusing on after the days that he has always revealed about the sufferings that he's going through, and his late stand, mostly political, and the advocacy that he has always had for the people. Why do you think he's nowadays not afraid of speaking the truth or coming out to even remind the leaders of their role, and focusing, of course, on reminding the leaders to focus on respecting and understanding the views of the people. Joseph.
Yes, my brother, thank you. I think everybody who has spoken here, between you and Miguda, they have said the right things. So Miguda came here and said about how he's talking on behalf of the community and how he's positioning the community. I think that that one is right, and all he said, I think, is correct in terms to do with the community. But he did not only talk about community; he has been talking many things like the ones Brother Mark Obura you have been talking about. He has talked about issues about how Kenya and politics has been performing and how he wants Kenyan politics to change. So I think also there is a guy who always say his name is Kimani Gonjiri, that when you reach a certain age, the only thing that you can talk is only truth and wait for you to go to heaven. So I think Kimani Gonjiri does not do that, but Uhuru is clearly doing what Kimani Gonjiri always talks about. I think Uhuru, the only thing that has remained for him, because I don't think that he has anything that he has left for looking for money, or his sons, or he's giving his sons. I think already his sons have futures and his grandchildren. So the only thing that he has left to do is only to say the truth and wait to go to heaven, and live a good life with his wife. For the meantime, he's here in earth, because everybody must live. Brother Marco Bura, hata wewe utaenda siku moja, hata mimi nitaenda siku moja. So I think that one has also emboldened him so much. And I think also he got shocked when he saw his brother Raila Odinga left. He also got a shock of his life, because I don't think he expected that one to happen very soon. So I think when the death of Raila happened, he was also shocked, and I think he also changed his tack on politics and everything that comes with politics. You could see even before when where I knew Uhuru had a health issue. It's not now. People are talking about it now. Me, I knew Uhuru had a health issue when I saw him in Embu. You could clearly see that guy had an health issue when he was Embu, and you could see that he was struggling a bit. So I think after that is when he changed the tact completely, because after in Embu you could hear him saying that siku hizi mimi sitaki hizi siasa za upuzi, mimi siku hizi masikio yangu haitaki kusikia hii siasa, mnaleta makelele, siku hizi kazi yangu ni kusikia redio na TV tu, naona hii upuzi. And lately he has been saying siasa ni upuzi if you listen to him. So I think where he has reached is a certain age. Hata wewe Barack Obura ukifika, naomba Mungu akufikishie hiyo miaka yana huko 70, 80, 90, and Miguda, and also for me I pray that tufikishe hizo miaka za 80, 90. That is years that you are given by God as a bonus, so you live for you to tell the truth and to live a life that you can be celebrated as have done something. He was a president, and not everything that was right. I will not say everything was right. Some things were not good, but other things were good. So as you grow older, the things that were done bad, you try to kurekebisha kidogo and leave yourself a legacy that people can remember you. That's why you see people are remembering Raila Odinga with such the caliber of things that he did. People remembered. Si ati Raila pia alikuwa ati ni 100%. Some things he could do, people could question. But we remembered him for the good things that he did. Us as Africans, we remember. Ukisikia mtu aikumbuka kwa mambo mabaya, brother Mark, kwa mazishi yako, itabidi uamke na uhanta hao watu usiku kwa maisha yao yote, kama wataanza kuongea vibaya after umeenda. So I think Uhuru has reached a level of maturity in politics. I don't think the president has arrived at that maturity. Ruto now is still to engage that path ya kuingia sasa huko kwa hiyo political maturity, but I think that's why you say that when he stands is like a good leader. No, it's not that he's a good leader. When Uhuru stands, we listen to him like the father of the nation. His tone is reconciliatory. Yani ni tone ya kureconcile watu, si ile tone ya ukome. Unajua the problem with the president we have, and I'm going to bash him a bit, is a president who talks with, ni ile kifua ama sijui ama ni arrogance kidogo. It tends to stay bad with some people. Ukianza kuambia watu ni wajinga ati juu hawajui kutumia sijui 500, brother, that one is not the voice of a father who is supposed to be talking to the kids. That's why every time you see Uhuru and Ruto will be together in one function, automatically Uhuru will overshine Ruto in every function you see, and not even that one. You just wait and see any other function. I'm hoping usikuwe na functions. Unajua functions zingine zitafanya Ruto na Uhuru wapatane sana ni mazishi because Uhuru does not involve himself in this government so much. So these are the things we are missing. Brother Marco Bura, hatumiss kitu ingine. We are missing a tone of a father in the country. That is what we are missing. Ile unasikia president akiwa address kama ndugu zanguni wa Kenya wenzangu, but now even the latest you have seen tunaongeleshago aje brother Mark. You know, it's not all about good roads, good hospitals. Also the leadership with empathy is also needed in a country. The way you can talk within your speeches and the way you can interact with people, it's very crucial. It's very crucial for our country. That's why you see people, they take, why do you think somebody becomes a dictator, brother Marco Buda, mkiwa na Miguda? Why does somebody become a dictator? And somebody becomes a dictator because he starts having paranoia. Anaona kila wakati serikali yangu inataka kuchukuliwa. Serikali yangu naona kama inataka kuchukuliwa. Watu wanataka ni kama wataniami. Na nataka kuongoza, I like this power. The problem that comes in, you see like everybody is after you. So unajua watu hawakupendi. That's why you become a dictator. Watu hawakupendi. But the moment you're loved by people, there is no need for you to do all this shenanigans. That's why I say, when you become, unasikia Marco Buru unataka kuwa the president of Kenya, just never forget yourself for the empathy of the citizens. That is the most important thing. Before we come all these things, hizi vitu zingine unasikia barabara, all those kind of nonsense tunasikia. The first thing is that you can be able to talk to your citizens in a friendly manner, that they can respond to you, and that you can give them a direction. Because when you are a father back Obura, you are a person who is supposed to give direction. I think you are going to that age. Ukisha kuwa baba, you are a person who is supposed to give direction to that family. Unaambia pana, hautapitia njia, wacha tupitie ingine. Ukiona hapa mambo ni kama inakushinda kidogo, unabidi unaitisha usaidizi, unaambia bibi niambie hapa, unaona hii mambo tuifanye nini. But when you decide that also you are the only person making decision, ati utai kusikia mtu, that is not a family, brother. Hiyo si familia unalea. Sasa hiyo ni monarchy unalea. That is a monarchy in your own house. So I think everybody is right. Brother Miguda was right about the community. He put it well, the way it was supposed to be put. I cannot add anything from that. Everything was packaged well by Brother Miguda. Also, Marco Bura, you hinted about what I was saying, that he's about to exit. I think he's about to exit the politics. But one thing I want to add, there is something that you have not noticed, Brother Marco Bura, ukiwa na Miguda na najua italeta tension kidogo. If you look at ODM, there is something that is happening, and people, I don't think they are noticing this. There is a part of the family that is supporting a certain idea that the other leaders, you know, the leaders like Akina Gladys Wanga and Akina Badi and Akina Wandai, they are not privy to this idea, our supporting idea. I think when Uhuru sat down with the family, because I think that was the first opening. Wajua after Uhuru aliketi chini na the family of Raila is when you started seeing people trooping in to Nyanza. So I think there is something they deliberated very keenly. And if you wanted to know that there is something they deliberated, just go look at the body language of one person. Ruth Odinga, it's called Ruth Oginga? Ruth Oginga, the sister for Raila Odinga. If you want to know the body language, just go and look the body language of Ruth Oginga and the brother Oburu Odinga. You see, and the wife also, the wife of Raila Odinga, Mama Aida, and you go and look at Orengo. those 4 people are going to tell you what the idea they are trying to bring in. But I think you are going to see this one, because sometimes I always even put some political prophecies, and sometimes they come right. I'm telling you guys, just check out these 4 people, because these 4 people, there is something that I think was preview to them, and they are going to tell us very soon. So thank you. I'll stop it at there.
Thank you so much. Mguda, maybe you can give us your take and then your final remarks on the current stance that former President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta has been having of late, where he's been speaking his mind without fear, criticizing when there is need and correcting again when there is need. What is your view? And then you can give us your final remarks after that. Joseph will also give us his final remarks or anything else that is still pending.
Okay, I just want to state one thing concerning Uhuru, then I'll just ride on the issue of ODM which Joseph has brought in. This is why I stated the issue of community. You understand, not that Uhuru is also a Kikuyu, Raila was a Luo, irrespective of the position they were holding. So they understand the interest of the community. And the reason why I was talking about packaging, you have to come as a community. And the only vehicle for you to negotiate with is a political party. Raila and Uhuru saw what happened to the Kikuyu nation. When the Kikuyu nation were lied by, William Ruto lied to them that tuweke UDA. In fact, it started by 2017 that tuvunje chama zote tuweke Jubilee. The intention was to take Jubilee to 2022. And it was going to be a single party state as time goes by. Or you have 2 political parties, the Jubilee, and even if NASA become political party, so you are either in NASA or Jubilee. So the moment you are in Jubilee, you continue producing president. What's happening in South Africa and Tanzania, ANC and Chama cha Mapinduzi. So, you know, the problem is when the UDA were in government and Gachagua was impeached, Gachagua has nowhere to go. And Gachagua goes to Mount Kenya, tell them that tulienda harusi na gari ya mtu akatufukuza, tuenze gari yetu sasa ni DCP. So these people are exposed to this politics even up to 2050s. That's why it's very important for you to have your political party that will bring you to the table for negotiation. Let no one lie to you and you kill all your political parties, or let no one lie to you and swallow political party, because we are a multi-party democracy as a nation. And that's what Uhuru is saying. That's what I told you, Uhuru is saying far. Anaona mbali kabisa. Because the people were aggressive at that time, Gachagua, they were in a hurry to power. They were hungry for power. So they never care. So they were trying that. They are trying to be molded, you know. They are trying to be told how things works. And Gachagua is also a good student and he learns very fast. So I think that is what, now I want to dive on that point of Uhuru staying at Bondo. They discussed that issue. And also, let me tell you, Raila is a very wise person, even before, I think he's still wise, even in the grave. Joseph, not that we are not seeing what's happening. Actually, we have the copy. Everybody has the copy. In fact, let me tell you, because I got my intels direct from the ground. Whatever you've said here is exactly what is being discussed at Lone Nyanza. And it's open that Gladys Wanga is trying to negotiate and making commitment to the community that is want to take people to Ruto. And also, she want to take people to Ruto. Also, she want to, maybe they have taken money and they want to take ODM to Ruto. And that's why, not only Ruto and Mamaida, Joseph, look at Oburu, watch at Oburu. Uhuru is very clear. Uhuru said that we are working with the route up to 2027. Then from there, we are open to coalition. Open means that no one is swallowing ODM. I get the point. So if you have intention to take ODM to Ruto, or you have intention to swallow ODM, you are an enemy of the people. That's not what Raila said. And let me tell you, people are saying that Ruto will come to ODM, then flag bearer, then mambo ishe. No, it is not going to work out with it, because if Ruto become the president in ODM, they will argue that, okay, ODM has gotten the presidency. Now, let us also share this slots to other people. You know, he will subject you people. He will use you. He will ride on you what he did to Gachagua. You know, that he cannot do. But let me tell you one thing, Joseph, and you are very clear, you understand those people, and I'm glad that you understand them. Don't underrate Orengo. Don't underrate Anyang' Nyong'o. Those people are very, very, very intelligent people, and you cannot mess them around. They understand all the moves being made right now. And that's why Ruth Odinga was told to speak. But there's chess being played behind that. Ruth Odinga was very clear. It's on the internet. ODM is not for cash. ODM is not a cash party. He was referring to someone in that ODM, and we know that person. So, not that we don't know. We know that there are people who have committed to Ruto. There are people who have already get that they can, you know, you must know whom you are dealing with. In the history, he lied to Mount Kenya people, and they were having Jubilee Party. All those political parties were taken to Jubilee. They were fall to Jubilee. Then previously, he also lied to them, and they were all in UDA. That trick cannot happen in ODM, let me tell you, because I would like to tell you that there are very powerful minds behind Raila, who are behind Raila, and they're very powerful minds. People like, you will not see them. People like Nyong'o, they are not even in the scene. They are not, but they're the people who are actually understand where the position of the community is and what the community. That's why people are very clear that there is no need for, and Uhuru said decided that ODM will not be swallowed. And people have been marked for the information. So and so, so and so, so and so want ODM to be swallowed. So and so, so and so want to take just people to the president without their consent. So if you are an enemy, so what they will do, you know, so you heard what Ruth said. ODM is not a cash party. Then point 2 was anybody who's trying to attempt, or anybody who's attempting to do such action, we are going to take you to the people. Now the people have heard that, okay. So this is why Raila was speaking through Sifuna, okay, tutawaona. So let me tell you in short, the problem has been identified. We know where the problem is, but what will stick and what is in the minds of the people is that there are only 3 directions which were left, and they will be there for posterity. And even the care, you know, in Luo community, there is that kingpin, political leader, and there's that cultural leader, the care. Care said, and people have agreed that, number 1, the community must be united. And anybody who's trying to go contrary into the community, that is community enemy, number 1. Number 2, even if it is not ODM, because ODM might not be there for the rest of the world, parties might come in future. Provided you are in this country, you must have your vehicle as a community, the identity, the political party. What Uhuru is trying to kuchanua wa Kikuyu, that let no one come here and tell you that we exist in yellow water. No, you must have your identity in the political equation in this country. Like with the community, number 1, we are united. Number 2, with the community, if you want to engage us politically, this is the party and this is the structure of engaging us. And lastly, the party must always be open for discussion, because you can either be part of the government or you can be in opposition. But even if you are in opposition, after elections, there's what we call post. We have pre-pact and post-pact. Post-pact is what happened in 2007 and what's currently happening. So what after election, you can collaborate. So either way, even if you form the government, you will always benefit from that government. And even if you oppose, you don't vote for that government, after elections, you will collaborate with that government because of your strength, your unity, your purpose. So either way, you will always be part and parcel of the government for posterity. And this is what Uhuru is trying to make it clear for the people of Mount Kenya to understand very well what they have discussed with the Mzee before Mzee died. And that's why Ruto also is a very cunning politician. He went to look for his bro, Gideon. That either way, like I've told you, of course, people will just say, okay, we are nationalists, whatever. But the truth of the matter is, Kenyans are diverse in tribes, and the resources, you must strive for those few resources we have. Like right now, people are saying, okay, the infrastructure are going to Nyanza. Why not? Why not? People say, okay, the Mau Mau roads. So for you to avoid those discussions, you must strive for those. So by the time, each and every time you are in government, there's always development in your, so that you go uniform, the uniformity, whereby each part of the country has been. Remember, we also have the evolution. So in my view, I agree with Bijo Joseph that there's a problem in ODM. But the good news is that problem has been identified, it has been diagnosed, and currently they are working, they are in theater trying to sort it out. And there's no cause for alarm, because I'm telling you, from what is from the people, leave alone those things you are hearing from the likes of Wanga and the Uhuru. The people are very clear, and Bro Benson will confirm to you. The people will take instruction from what Baba said. And even right up was saying, everybody was called. Baba gave everybody phone call. But there's one thing that Baba said that we all had, that do not commit the party or the community. And also, we are open, but we are working. And also remember, we don't just work. We are working with conditions. When right now we are working with the Ruto, we have 10-point agenda. We don't just work, and we don't just collaborate. There must be an interest of the people at the table. If first you refer to the people, why are you working with this person? Is there anything for the people? So to that extent, I believe that's why I was saying people should just relax and be patient, and just follow Rengo keenly, follow Nyongo, and also you can hear from some people there, but that's enough. But back to my, okay. Let me say my last thought. I might not come back. I just want to appreciate Joseph for coming to the show, Brother Benson for hosting, Makubura for hosting. I also want to appreciate our viewers. I saw my good friend Douglas Kibogong, Laban Misiani, Jeep Sokona Goodia. I also saw, I was able to see those 3 people. See you tomorrow. I was Asili TV.
Asili TV 7.
I think, Brother Benson, before you leave, I wanted to just jump in on Miguda before he left.
Yeah.
I wanted to hata Asili TV amefanya nisahau kile nilikuwa nitakuuliza. I wanted to ask Brother Miguda a very good question before he left. I think inanipotea sana, but it was about It was about wacha tu nitamuuliza nikikumbuka.
Okay, let me Miguda, can you best Makobura, Miguda, can you just stick around a little bit and
Okay.
yeah, and for a while, I know you are tired, and Makobura too, but there's something that I'll tell you, especially concerning especially the ODM party. You know, in ODM party, as I understand, there's one ODM being a national party. That is another wing of ODM being treated as a national party. Another thing, it becomes to the national politics. I mean, like the communal politics of whereby every region comes with its own political party. There's also that aspect. Then come to the running of the affairs. You know, it was not deliberate by any chance for Oburu to be given the acting party leader. It was not deliberate. And the reason being is one, because the party was so much associated with Raila Amolo Odinga. So by Oburu coming in, being a brother, that one was supposed to be holding water a little bit. Secondly, when you look at all these political parties, they have personality behind them, and there's what we call the leaders of political parties. Did you know that in ODM, the people who were, how do we call it? I lost the name. There's two people that have the ODM ticket. We call them the what? I'm losing this. Not the CEOs. They're not CEOs, but I lost it a little bit. I'll think about it. I'm losing this. It's coming. But
that being for Odiworongwen.
How do you call it?
We have like there's NEC, there's COG, there is.
Forget about that. Forget about that.
Uogi, so the Uogi.
No, forget about that. Oh, I'll think about it. So when you talk about it, and even today before I came in, we were just having a conversation, and the conversation that we were having with somebody who is very close, especially who monitors the movement, he was telling me this, that we will all, they are not the secretariat. No, forget about the secretariat. Not the secretariat. Not a, there's a position
the
that
neck.
It's not a neck. It's not a neck. I'll come here and tell you. I'll tell you that I know it. And the only two people that were given the certificate by ODM, the strong members of ODM. But I will tell you, there are people apart from the all that you see. Even Mama Ida. Don't forget Mama Ida in ODM. Leave all this, and right now Mama Ida is still receiving visitors who are coming to mourn with her. But immediately this one will, at little bit, if this visitation will reduce, Mama Ida will have a stake in ODM. And will have to make, is a force to reckon with in ODM. And the people who are going to be, the people who are going to have a casualty, you know. There's something that Miguda talked about the unity of the party, especially from the Luo Nation. Because if you look at the Luo Nation, there are two categories, there are two factions that are in. There are those who are trying so hard, by all means, to inherit the supporters or to inherit the supporters or the fan base of Raila Amolo Odinga. But it will not be very easy, because that support base and love for Raila Odinga still lies on that grave. Yesterday we talked about the political holy shrine. It's for those who did not like him politically, or those who love him, including the members of community. There they will always go to get maybe shrine to be cleansed, to be politically relevant. Yeah. But there are so many casualties that is going to happen. And if they are not very careful, if they're not very careful on how they talk, then ODM will lose that national identity, and it remains the party for the Luo Nyanza. And this one is going to be determined on how you see the arrogance that I see in some members that still believe that ODM has that power and Baba is not there. It is going to happen. Now, coming to care, and this is where sometimes I usually say that care also should be, I know I cannot advise him, but like sometimes he should also be very, very, very careful, especially when it comes to the issue of politics. You know, care in Luo was not a political position. Care in Luo is a cultural position. And when we talk about unity and living in peace, I don't think it talks about politics, because the reason why I'm saying that, when Jaramogi was a member of CARE, he had leadership in CARE. When he developed interest in politics,
Brother Benson, what is care? Because you're lost in what is care?
CARE is like a president, the Luo president.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, or a Luo leader, cultural leader.
I see Makobura cannot help me there. He's just
Yes. So what happens if you look at CARE, because the Luo Council of Elders was not only meant for Luo in Kenya. If you look at that history, we get it right. It was not meant for only Luos in Kenya. It was all the Luos in East Africa. If you look at when even the money that was connected to build the Ofafa Memorial Hall, some of it came from all Luos of East Africa. So a Luo Council of Elders was not a political, it was cultural. And that's why when we talk about unity, when you bring about cultures, if there's a political divisions, the Luo culture, we have to unite, and we unite in the cultural. That's why Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, after developing interest in the political seat, he resigned from the leadership of Luo CARE. It was not only for Luos of Kenya. Migoda, look at that history. It was all Luo from East Africa. Remember, he went to the place where Magufuli is, Chato, those areas, because those areas they usually speak Kijaluo huko Wasukuma. Kuna Wajaluo ambao wako kule. If you go to the Luos of Uganda, South Sudan,
Garang.
Yes. Yeah. So within this period, between now until March or between now until April, give us almost like 6 months, you will see all manner of politics that are taking place. And I agree with Miguda on one thing. There's two people here you have to watch on how they conduct themselves. Watch Professor Nyang' Nyong'o. If Nyong'o will be the next even 5 years, watch his moves, especially even they're very, very, very selective on what they speak, especially when it comes to ODM. Look, watch what Orengo is saying. And if you look very keenly, apart from the Siaya senator being attending all these ODM rallies, go back and watch what Ruth is saying. Yeah, listen to what Ruth is this our brothers, they've lost light in Kenya. Unajua saa zingine watakuwa wamepoteza stima, wameamua tu kutoroka mara moja.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. So it's they're still talking. I'm telling you. And
But you know what I am the one who came with this conversation, Brother Benson, and
Yeah.
what I was saying, what I said, because that is what informed this conversation.
Mhm.
I was saying that me, I'm not even looking at many people. I was just looking at 4 people,
Who?
because the 4 people who are talking, you can
Mhm.
clearly see that there is a division between the 4 people and other people. Because if you look at Ida, you look at Ruth Odinga, you look at Buru Oginga, Ruth Oginga and Buru Oginga, and then you come and look at Orengo. It's like they are one unit. But when you come and look at the politics being done by Wandai and Badi and Wanga,
Mhm.
you can clearly tell it's a very different version. And that's why I was saying, I came here and it's me who started the conversation. I was saying,
Yeah.
you know what, people have come and said that mimi nilipigia simu, Raila alinipigia simu mara za mwisho, kaniambia sijui nini na nini. Have we heard the wife saying what Raila told him the last minutes? Have we heard what
No,
Raila told the wife? Because we are clearly waiting for that. And I think that one will be the game changer at that time. What Raila told to the wife, because we have not heard what Raila told to the wife. Hiyo ndio swali nilikuwa nataka kuuliza Miguda. We have only heard people saying Raila alinipigia simu mara akaniambia ati sijui chama sijui ati tuko kwa broad base. We have not heard what the wife said, and you know the wife is still in mourning period. We are waiting for her. When all this will be said and done, I don't think the name Minyipinyi is just a simple name, bwana. Don't take that Minyipinyi as a simple name,
it's called
it's a very
maintain.
powerful thing. Min pin, sorry. Min pin.
Maintain. Yeah.
So that's what I was telling Miguda here. You cannot be you had your husband and he does not, and you don't know the secrets of your husband inside out. That other MPs are the ones who know what your husband knew so much than what you knew. So I'm telling you, it is going to be a bumpy ride. People need to buckle up their belts. It's going to be a bumpy ride coming very soon. I'm telling you.
Marco Bura and Miguda, did you all, the 2 of you, lost power at the same time?
Na mtuambie kama mmenyongewa na Ruto stima bwana.
Kwa sababu alafu tena mkarudi tena at the same time.
I think there's a problem with StreamYard because nimeshtuka tu. Yeah.
Na mbona mkikuja tu sijui umeingiza hivi Miguda na nimeona tu nyinyi wote mmerudi kwa screen.
Nimedhania hata Ruto wamewanyonga bwana.
Nilikuwa najiuliza kama imewatoa nyinyi wote mmetoka kwa StreamYard ama namna gani. So I had to try log in nirudi mbio mbio. Nimejaribu ya pili ya tatu ikakataa nikashindwa, kwani kuna nini leo?
Okay, maybe before I invite Marco Bura and I'm telling you, there are people here that, and I agree with my sister here. Yeah. You see this, there's something that my sister has said here. You see Winnie will be very, very influential in ODM. She will. And if you see today, and you could see division. Let me today, what happened today was you see people were campaigning in Opia's Wanda backyard. Yeah. Yeah. Arun Cheriot was there, Kimani Chungwa was there, Opia Wanda. And remember, if you remember what happened to Orioba, she's called Gloria Orioba. What happened? What made her to be taken out of the Senate, or to be the nomination that she was given by the UDA? Because he attended the political rally with Matiang'i. And remember, to be sincerely speaking, the 10-point agenda that was signed between the ODM and the ODM and the UDA, it did not include on how you should conduct yourself politically. Which means as it stands, those who are campaigning, if they were following the law, they could have done it what they did to Orioba. Then what they did was not true. So if you look at those who even are very, very vocal, especially ODM who are running in the same, is those who are very close to Ruto. That are the same people attending. Remember the other day, they went to do empowerment. Yeah, in the constituency where election is coming. In the constituency that people are going to have election. So what does one tell you? And you had Sifuna telling you very well that there is no party like broad-based. So there's one thing that we have to agree, that as much as they were left in government, but they're reading from different script. Because I was expecting Sifuna as the AG to go and campaign in the backyard of Opiyo Wandayi. I was not expecting Opiyo Wandayi to be campaigning because is somebody who has been given an opportunity to.
It's a CS.
CS, that is one. There's another question that people have now started to ask, especially on the ground. People are asking that ever since the experts that came were given the opportunity to serve in the government, what have they done for the people? Because it is always pesa inalala Omabei, sitima inalala sia Luo Nyanza. But what have they done? What can they point out that this is what we've done? So those are another questions that people are asking. Miguda, if you have something.
I'd like to hear Miguda, because Miguda, I asked him about mini pin. You need to answer me.
Oh, Miguda left. Makuburu, what do you have to say?
Unmute, Mark.
Oh, let me see what Bro Ben Orioba was stripped from her nomination because of exposing some. No, that was not the main reason. Even if you go to court, that was just like something to add on it. But the main reason,
it's not even that reason. That one came after. That one came after she was asked. Yeah, it came after. She went to a certain radio show and she started when she was already asked.
And yeah, she was also talking about the favors that usually comes.
Yeah, that was in a radio station. It was after. It is not the reason. The reason that made her to be impeached, to be removed from that seat, was she was found with Matiang'i. That's
yeah.
Marco Vura.
Okay, thank you. Acha nitambue uwepo wa Shaima Hussein na vilevile Douglas and Shaima anasema, and also remember those develop projects are only in Homa Bay, not other Nyanza counties.
And that one is attributed to Raymond Omolo. Remember, Raymond Omolo has really fought for Homa Bay. That is something that we also have to know.
Oh yeah, because it comes from it comes from that particular county. Yeah, okay. So I heard you speak about the political influence that Min Piny has together with Winnie Odinga. I'll focus on, allow me to start with Winnie. Winnie is the daughter of the late Baba Raila Amolo Odinga, the political enigma, Agwambo, and he had so many names. And Winnie was one of the closest daughter, or the closest child to Raila. Remember, Raila used to work with her almost in every place Raila was going. Winnie was there. Remember when they were doing the campaigns, she was actually in charge of the preparation and all those kind of things. And even people, among quite a number of politicians, complained, asking why she was even given a role of logistic and all those. But this is somebody that Baba trusted. This is a daughter, and it was a political education that she was being taken through. And you also remember when she was given an opportunity to serve in Yala as a way of getting to understand how legislation works and how politics works. She was being prepared of what is awaiting her ahead. I can tell you, if the wife to Raila will not be nominated, or if she decides that she's not interested in politics, then there's a probability that whether Winnie goes for any political seat or not, she'll be appointed as a cabinet secretary. That is one thing that I can tell you for free. And wait, we've always seen political recognition among the political class. Remember during the reign of the former president Uhuru Kenyatta, remember the kind of appointments and those people that he appointed, and especially the ones who are coming from the Nyanza region. Remember the lady, the cabinet secretary, what was her name?
Omamo.
Omamo Rachel, yeah. Omamo, if you read the story of Omamo and the family of Kenyatta and how they stood, how they were together. And then remember the son of Kenyatta becomes the president and then recognizes the friend from, and again, not forgetting, I understand even the son to Kenyatta is also married to the daughter of the former cabinet secretary. And that tells you the political class has a strong relationship, and whenever one falls, they will always give a chance to their son so that their political background is not finished. And I can tell you, the Odingas have done much, the Kenyattas have done much, the Mois have done much. It is not possible that these people who are getting into power will forget them, because in one way or another you'll find that they were close and they did some deals together, and those deals, for the prosperity of those deals, they will need each other. That is what I wanted to say about Winnie. So Winnie is, of course, being prepared for what is ahead, and she's going to go far in politics unless she's not given the chance by her people. But as far as what I'm seeing, as far as things are concerned, she's going far in matters of politics. She might then take the name of Raila. If we speak about Minpin, that is the wife to Raila Amolo Odinga. Okay, there's a comment here from Asili. Asili has also asked me, where do you put Uhuru's son? Of course, he has also been recognized, not once. I've seen people speaking about him even in quite a number of Luo forums, that maybe he's the one in matters of gender. When they're going with men, then he has to take over the family of Odinga, because apparently from the analysis that I'm seeing in these other platforms, they're saying that he has the eloquence and the demeanor that is needed in politics. And he's also going far in politics. You will see him soon either going for senatorial seat or member of parliament, or being appointed as a cabinet secretary or a PS in the coming days. Remember, he's currently the advisor of the president. And the other day, remember what Professor Makau Mutua said, that the advisors of the president are paid similar amount as the cabinet secretaries. So if you see Uhuru's son Just know that he's like a cabinet secretary over there.
Right.
He's also saying
Umesema ako mafutani.
ako mafutani, and that was of course confirmed the other time. Ni mtu mkubwa sana, usimuone tu hivyo hivyo. Yeah, so apart from that, we speak about the wife of Raila. She still has the respect. She's being shown the respect that people used to show to Raila. And I can tell you, if she decides that she's getting into this political arena, she will get political sycophants similar to the ones Raila had. All the sycophants will divert and give her the honor that they gave to Raila Amolo Odinga. And I can tell you, if she decides she's going that way, she will still manage. She will manage. She'll be given a chance. And she'll be respected politically, because this is the country where we are. And remember what we've been seeing in Opoda's farm. We've been seeing crowd of people maneuvering their way to Opoda farm as a way of going to salute the fallen hero. Some of them, I don't know, wanaenda tu kupiga picha. I don't know whether, okay, they know and they are God. But above all, I can categorically say that Ida Odinga plays a political role. I mean, has a serious political influence because she partly, of course, understands the politics that Baba played. Remember, being the wife to Raila Amolo Odinga, she has more in matters of knowledge and also in matters of maneuvering politically. Depending with what she will decide, she has a chance. But I don't think it's gonna be easy for her unless. But anything is possible. ODM, ODM wanaweza amua the daughters of Raila waseme wanaenda na mama. There's nothing you can do, and you will hear such kind of proposals hapa hivi karibuni. And yeah, it is Kenya, and anything is possible.
Joseph, maybe before Miguda comes in, this is what I was looking for, the trustees, ODM trustees. Go and look for that. Go and look those people. Who are the trustees of ODM? Do you know they have trustees?
Yeah, I know the trustees, but I don't know the people. I know they are trustees, but I don't know the people.
Oh,
You
you
can help
see.
me. Or I go and do my research. Let me go and do my research.
So the
I like to do
trustees
my research.
do and go the trustees of ODM. Those people
But
have.
what I'm telling you, that is a prophecy I've kept for you here. You'll come to tell me later. And
Yeah.
Mark Ogura is my witness here. I
Yeah.
kept a prophecy when I talked about those 4 people. Just look out at them. They are going to be the voice in ODM. You see the other party that is forming itself, my brother. I'm telling you, even maybe they are not going. Their political life is marked for 2027. I'm telling you as a prophecy.
This is what will happen, and I'm telling you, I agree with your prophecy, but I'm telling you, if especially I have a strong respect for Jalang, very, very much as somebody who is a leader. But there are 2 occasions that Jalango has really talked. He attacked Sifuna the other day that Sifuna has not done much for Nairobi. And he was talking of how he has never been very, 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 very working hard towards seeing that Nairobi is developed, or accountability, putting accountability, and so that the services are being delivered in Nairobi. And if you saw the podcast that he had, he said that Ososti in ODM is just he's nobody, Remember, if you see the interview he had with Jakogero, go and watch that clip, especially when he talks about Ososti, because remember, Ososti said that there were the people who left even ODM before Baba went for the agreement. You remember the people who went. And if it reaches a point whereby some of these other leaders who have been given the position in ODM, and especially leaders from the Luo Nyanza, belittle them, they will walk away. And at the end of the day, if they're not and that's why, like I tell you, there's that group that will come for ODM who would want ODM to get united. When Baba talked about uniting the ODM, he was not talking about uniting the ODM as a Luo members. He was taking that ODM should unite and keep his territories that he had. But remember, if a party leader, deputy party leader, a member of parliament would tell you, he's just like maybe a useless man and he cannot throw me out of ODM. And this is a leader. It tells you that the infight in ODM, it's bigger than what you think.
That's true. And before Miguda comes, because I know Miguda is burning inside to answer, I just want to tell one thing. I cannot put my all trust in Jalango, because Jalango blows hot or cold. He's either sometimes it's hot, sometimes it's cold. So that is not a person I can take reference with. But what I know is Otsotsi. Otsotsi is the glue that is holding Sifuna in ODM. I think Otsotsi is the glue that is holding Sifuna in ODM. Because even when you see when they were with Rail, I take interest. You know, people don't check the small bits. You see, when Raila was the days people are saying that Sifuna should be removed in the party. You remember that day when they went with Raila in a certain political rally? I don't remember what was that, but they were talking. If you could see the signs, you could tell that Otosi was brokering that piece. There was something that, because Otsotsi was there, and if you heard what Otsotsi was talking that time, I hope you guys are going to go and look at the video of what Otsotsi was saying at that time. You know, I saw him change it all of a sudden. So I think there's some issues happening in ODM and they are very serious. People can be taking it rightly. Lakini Miguda unajua ni part of ODM now. He can give us elaborate insight.
Okay, I just want to talk about two things, Joseph. First, the issue of Minpin, because you asked me that question, how about Minpin? Because now let me tell you the power of Minpin. Do you know that Minpin was more powerful and is more powerful than Raila himself in that party? I want to tell you one example. And that's why Minpin was saying Trevor Mbija is his friend, and Trevor Mbija will be given the ticket for Nyakach. There was a day when there was a contest between Governor Obado and Ochila Yako in Migori County. All of them were at current residence. They were batting for the ODM ticket. And I think it was around some hours for the IBC to close their portal for the submission of the party's candidate. Or you are either the party or independent to submit, because the submission is being done virtually. So even when it remains 20 minutes, you can still do it. So the Migori gubernatorial, no one has submitted. I think it was 2 hours to closure. That is when people saw the power of Minpin. She gave an order that ticket should be given to Governor Obado, final. And she said it is Obado, final. She walked out. Obado came with the certificate. So let me tell you, that woman, no, let me be respectful to her. That Minpin was even powerful than Raila. And you know what? Let me just try to come a little bit petty. When Uhuru said if Raila could be alive and well and kicking, he could have married a second wife. Uhuru said this, not that I'm saying this thing. These things were said by Uhuru. People you can verify on YouTube, they are there. Not that I'm engaging in family matters, but they were said. Uhuru said if Raila could be young, could be well and kicking, he could have married a second wife. You know what Uhuru was trying to tell the public? That it was not possible for Raila to get, because of Minpin. And when now Luos were talking, was saying, okay, if Raila could have married a second wife, Minpin and Vidi could have
You are training dangerously. You are training very dangerously, my brother.
These things were said. They were said. Oburu said.
Miguda is lost. To me, what I know, Joseph, about Minping. Minping is so powerful, and do not underestimate Minping. And I think for now, even the positions that Uhuru is holding, or Uhuru is holding in brief, that position he's holding it in brief. Because do you see a possibility that now people are going for an election? Do you think Oburu can have that very
That's
vigorous
clearly
campaign?
the question I was asking you guys, because
And
I don't see anybody answering me that question. You have come, you have said Mama Ida is very powerful. But I'm not understanding where is the matrix in this whole equation, because I'm hearing you're saying she's powerful, but when it comes to politics matter and party matters, I don't hear you mentioning her. So I'm not understanding. Because me, I was mentioning her as a vital thing in ODM.
You see, Minping will be very powerful in this. Minping will be very powerful to make sure that the decisions that ODM are going to make is not a decision that is going to break the party. And those who are maybe planning to break the party, or those who are having ill motives against the party, there's a way in which you will see. I'm telling you, Joseph, I'm here with you. Yeah? And we will continue talking about it. I'm giving you from now until, give it 6 months. Yeah? After 6 months, then you will see the change, especially in ODM.
But Brother Mark Obura can be my witness here that it has already started. Have you seen Wanga near the home of Oda?
No.
Oda farm. Are you seeing her now of late?
No.
Can
The issue live about her being there or what, but like what is there? What I'm telling you, like 6 months will tell you the direction, and you will find people that those who will leave or those will be the casualty.
Allow me to finish. My network is having problem. You know, Joseph, I know what I'm saying. You know what I mean. Oburu was speaking in Luo, so I was just saying that woman is so powerful in that party. She got a lot of influence, more than Raila. And even I saw many people are going underground. And you know, there was a time when we were, when we were one of our relatives.
Tell Joseph to read that, the one I posted. Let Joseph read that.
Joseph, read that one.
Yes, I've
Joseph,
already read that one. And me, I know she's a nobody. That's why I said 4 people. I know
Joseph.
Brother Miguda, you need to know that I know how to analyze politics. I told you 4 people.
Yeah.
I told you 4 people I know they're strong.
I will tell you something about Minping on the chat box privately there. I will look at you. I look for you. So the issue of ODM, you know, the structure in which it was established is making it difficult for it to go down. People are saying, ODM may cover. No, it cannot cover, Sahi, because remember, we had the ODM Kenya. When Kalonzo ran away and done months with the ODM Kenya, then the Gitobi Manyara had already registered the ODM. The Raila got it from Gitobi Manyara. Then remember, even Uhuru, Gachagua were there. People left. Then after election 2007, Ruto and the battalion, the likes of Duale, left. Musalia Mudavadi left. Balala left. But they still ODM. What has been the secret? Raila has made it impossible that even if you are popular in that party, and if you leave, people are saying if Babu leave today and Sifuna, that will be the end of ODM. My friend, let me tell you, if Sifuna and Babu leave today, that will not be the end of the ODM. If that could be the case, they could have left long time ago. Because even Ababu left, Ababu was more powerful even compared to Sifuna. Ababu could command the audience more than Sifuna. So the secret has been, in that ODM, there's structures. Benson talk about the trustees. Those are there. Then there's what we call central committee. Then we also got the governing body. We also got the NEC. You find that there's one person who is in all these structures. Then other than those structures, there's also what we call, like what we are seeing there is deputy party leader, and in that office of the deputy party leader, they have decided to put it 2 initially. Right now there are 3. There's a reason why they're putting 3, so that in case you collab with the Rati, we remain with Abdul Samad and Osoti. So even if Osoti leave today, they will still scramble that, okay, this seat was for the Luya nation. We find somebody put there. And look at the office of the Secretary General, office of the Obsefona. You know, when Ababu wanted to do some things back then, Kajwang saw it didn't fit that. In that office of the SG, initially it was just SG when Nyong was the SG. But because of Ababu wanted to become the SG, now they made him an SG, the famous Generali Bila Bunduki. They made him an office that a shell, whereby you are an SG, but you don't have instruments of that office. Number one, SG, the Office of Director of Communication, was handed over to Philip Etale. The Political Affairs was given to Opio Andai. Director of Elections was given to Junet Mohammed. And initially, when Nyong was the SG, Nyong was in charge of that office fully. But when Ababu became the SG, now walimpatia bunduki, hakuna risasi. Sasa hange shoot anything. If you come to the Political Affairs, Wandai. You know Wandai is a relative to Raila Odinga. When it comes to Director of Election Nominations of the party, Junet Mohammed. When it comes to the Director of Communication, Philip Etale. So Ababu number was marked.
My brother, can you repeat that one? I never heard that one correct. Wandai is the...
Is related to Raila Odinga.
I never knew that one. You give me a good...
They are related. And remember also, there's history in it. Even Wandai, you know, Wandai was one of the detainees. And the people who were detained at committee, there's a lot of history. And even the current Luo, Odungiranda, the current care of Luo, was a detainee. So Raila, and even the Odiworongwen, the one you have been seeing there all the time, I think he sits in the central committee. Odiworongwen was also, unlike Raila, when Raila was the University of Nairobi, they met for the first time. So if you look at these people, all of them, they were more of a boyhood. They were boyhood's friends by the time they were growing up. So Raila, you can think that you are engaging, because when Raila met Junet was 24 years old. And Junet was even made the mayor for Migori that time. So you might think Raila met Junet today, but they met as early as 80s. So these people were friends for a long time. So Raila was like, he was having younger people and the people of his age and who are friending him. So what happened is, you find that Opio Andai was a detainee, Keru was a detainee, and even many other people. So the structure in which ODM has been built, even if Sifuna walks out today, ODM will remain. So that has been the secret. And that secret, there's also another power. What we are telling that now behind the scenes, all those structures are there, but there's behind the scenes. People like, Orengo is not having any position in that party, but very influential. Nyongo is not holding any position in the party, but very influential. Oburu was never holding any position in that party, but Oburu was very influential. And the last standing, Mama Minping can give directions even today, and Wanga can quit that position of the national chairperson for that party. So that structure alone, if you can understand it, there's no way. And even today, I heard Dennis Onyango was, Raila was having director of communication for the party and also communication director, the private communication director. He was having so many staffs. Even, you don't know this, there were like 4 communication people in that team. There was head of secretariat, the one which was held by Silas Jakakimba, then advisors, then this advising me on the political affairs. So Raila was a machine. Then you find out that structure alone right now, all of them are loyal to Mama Aida. All of them. Leave alone these people you are seeing, the Aratis, the Wangas, the Sifuna, the real engine, they are all loyal to Mama Ida. And they're paying their allegiance to Mama Ida. So the secret is very simple. And Mama Ida told people that the only way to communicate Raila was through Oburu Odinga. And right now, if you want to destabilize that party, which I think is not easy, you can't go and destabilize it through people like Wanga. Now, because you go to Wanga, or you go to Mbadi, or Wandai, or you go through, where's the other person? Wanga, Mbadi, Wandai, or other
Junet.
people. There's Junet. My friend, you will not get ODM. There's how you can get it, but you can't get it through those people, because I saw people like Ishungwa, Ishungwa and Arun Chariot. Those are the errand boys being sent by Ruto to go and convince people in Rally that how can we get this ODM? They will not get it. So that's what I'm telling you. Going forward, the center of power is at Opoda Farm. Anybody who want to engage the party,
Unachoma Brother Benson.
In that grave, hapo ndio center of power iko.
the center of power is at that's why the center of power. Don't walk around
Benson is on the microphone.
I'm finishing. Just 1 minute. Namaliza. Don't waste your time with your money going to Homa Bay, Raila Odinga Stadium, going to Awendo Stadium, following Oburu, going to meet Sifuna in a closed door meeting, going to meet Arati. You are wasting your money, you waste your time. If you want the power by its roots, go to Opoda Farm. Kamka Jaramogi. You will get it.
And I was there in person, and I experienced that power. Let me tell you.
And so, Brother Benson, you're coming to my point, all of you. I'm the one who started this thing, and I said the power lies with who? Ask me good, I told him. Me, I know politics, and I know analyzing politics. I know. And I told Miguda one thing. Our mom, Mama Ida, is just keeping quiet because she's mourning. She's in a mourning period. Let the mourning period end. Even it can take 2 or 3 months. But after it will end, brother, they are going to do the shenanigans during this by-election. Me, I analyze politics very, very, very roughly. And this time for by-election is which is going to define ODM coming in the future. Because you see people how they are going to align themselves. And I'm going to tell you, people are going to be de-whipped. In 2027 election, you are going to see what will happen.
Thank you. And you know why and I don't know whether our politicians, especially, I'm pitying them, especially from Luo Nyanza. Because remember when Raila Odinga came to when he disembarked and the crowds were there at JKIA, they called so many, the people, the party leaders who they felt was very popular to come and talk to people. Did they listen? Did people listen? People did not listen. And do you know why? People did not listen because the only person who spoke the language, who can only say hi, and the people would listen, is that man who was in the coffin, and is that man that is buried at a Opoda Farm. At the same time, when it came to Kisumu, the same thing happened. The only person the person who understood his crowd, the person who knew how to. And that's why you find that everybody, how many days did they spend at Opoda Farm to seek relevancy, to make sure that you are the person mourning the most? But they don't understand that power is by that grave. Hiyo pale unaona watu wanaweka hiyo flowers. Yeah, it is there. And some of this unapata wanafanya vitu unapata kwamba siku ile, especially I pity some ODM members. The very moment Mutahi Kahiga made that comment, it was a very bad comment, but they did not they did not handle it with a lot of intelligence. Their intelligence, because it was very, if you come and say that now we are banning you so and so, the line is drawn. Who are you to do that? And the following day, the family of the Right Honorable Prime Minister telling you, despite all those, we welcome everybody. Because Mama Ida understood, the family of Raila Odinga understood how many insults did Raila Amolo Odinga have, insults that he was given when he was still alive. But there is no single day that Raila took somebody to court that you insulted me. There is no single day. This is somebody who embraced the freedom of speech. The following day, he will smile with the person who insulted him the most. And who are you now to come and say, boom? The family of Jaramogi understood their son, they understood their husband, they understood their father, they understood their uncle more than any one of us, because this is somebody who was with them. And they even gave it to you. We've given you. Yesterday, you heard very well that Baba is the only person that is called Baba without calling the name of the son. Tell me of anybody who is called Baba, just Baba. Most of the people we call that Baba Nani, Baba Nani. So Minping understands very well. And that's why when they made those remarks telling that, okay, now everybody can come home to there was some shift. You see, there was some, on how the communication was being handled. Now they're communicating by themselves. There's a family and there's a party. Two distinctive. But some of them still don't understand. Some of them still that they can just come and inherit the fan base of Raila Amolo Odinga. It's not very easy. You can have the party, because you can have the party. But the love for Raila Amolo Odinga, especially with his people, the people that love him so much, you cannot take those. Hiyo huwezi chukua. Hiyo siku moja labda watu wakafika mahali, wamefika mpaka wakaona, huyu jamaa ameenda. Wacha sasa mimi ni make that. Because there are so many people that they were not given time to mourn Raila Amolo Odinga. The 72 hours was very short for them. I'm telling you, there was a time we were in Kisumu and we were just somewhere and somebody just started to play this song, Raila Jidwari. And there's an old woman there just started crying. Tell me, you want to tell her that now come and follow me?
Maybe let me just add something on that. Joseph, and this, I want to tell Joseph and to this our other good friends who are watching. Joseph, I can tell you one thing. As much as we do political analysis, we give views and all those kind of things. And so many times we've always said that we do political analysis, of course, with the view of the reality of what is on the ground. And when we criticize when it is due, and when it is not, we also say it as it is. And one thing I can say, Raila Amolo Odinga was a politician. As much as he was a national leader, I can tell you in Luoland, the view was somehow different. And of course, we are Christians. I'll not equate Raila Amolo Odinga to whichever the beliefs that we have in our the beliefs that we do have. But I can tell you one thing. That man was like a savior to the people of Nyanza, and he was seriously dear to them, to an extent that I can tell you there are people hii mambo yenye mnasikianga ati kuna konga na psychophants. I'm telling you, there are people wenye wangeambiwa waenda ukufe, Raila amesema, I'm telling you, people would line up and be even allow themselves to be killed because Raila said. So this is somebody, I don't know how he won the hearts of the people, but I can tell you he was loved. I remember me the first time I voted was it in 2017 or 2022. So after the votes, me, politics, of course, it was something dear to me. But apparently that time I had a close friend, a close relative who was running for an MCA seat. And I remember how much we looked for money for this particular MCA to go for this particular seat. And we used all the money. Tulitumia pesa yote mpaka zingine tukakopa mpaka tukauza hata land. So you can imagine going just looking for the ODM ticket. And of course, the candidate was accepted in the village, in the ward, and we believed that we were going to take that particular nomination ticket. We never got it. And apparently, somebody who was not even expected, somebody actually hakukuwa hata na gari moja. Sisi tulikuwa tuko na magari tunatembea naye. The guy used to work with kufanya campaign with a hired pikipiki. Kumbe the guy was known in ODM. That is how the guy was given the ticket, and he was now going for the election with a ticket for ODM. So, when we were going for the general election, we had this pain that as much as we had invested so much in campaigns and in ODM, and we did everything that we wanted to do for ODM, but we were never given a fair opportunity to fight for the for this nomination ticket. Tukasema aisuru, party ni ya baba, party ni yetu. Acha to relax tu. We are not going to go with independent. Tutakubali tu tufanye hivyo vile wameamua. So of course we slightly reduced the pace of campaign, na tukasema tutaenda hivyo, hatutaenda na independent. We went for the election. I remember some few days to the general election. I don't know what normally happens in Luo Nyanza. There's some wave and there's a tone that people speak with. And the only thing you can hear is Raila Amolo Odinga. I'm telling you, we wake up very early in the morning if you're in the village to go vote for Raila Amolo Odinga. And then after 1 day or 2 days, after these people we were used to hearing ameibiwa. So the first time tunaona vitu tu zinaenda vizuri, and then towards the last minutes unaona reality. Unaona reality. And then there were some songs. If you ever stayed in Lowland, there are some songs they would play to console the people. Kwekende. The moment umeanza kusikia hiyo song, jua hii imeenda. I'm telling you, people would cry in the whole Nyanza. If it is night, you'll hear somebody crying from the other corner, somebody crying from the other corner, and then you all unite. You start crying. If you asked why you're crying, baba ameibiwa. Sisi tunaibiwa kila siku. I'm telling you.
And the feeling that was there in 2022, it was a very kind of like different feeling for especially, in 2022 is where I think the reality dawned majority on the Luo nation, that the presidency will not get the presidency through Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga. Then there's no any other election that when the result were announced and Baba went to Supreme Court and everything, that people accepted. And everybody, if you talk to everybody was just tired. They say that
Me found myself crying, and without asking myself why.
But Brother Mark, if that is what you have been feeling for the three consecutive times, brother, we were born in 2022 where you'll never forget that day. Hiyo siku sitaisahau bwana. Kama kushindwa inakuwaga hivyo eh. I wish you had told me that song you always listen, kwa sababu mimi the
You know
time
me, I travel.
Ruto was,
You know me, I was in Nairobi. And I had to travel.
mimi
So
sijazoea kushindwa kwa elections eh. Nilikuwa nimechukua mpaka kalamu na karatasi naandika tu zile figures. I was seeing all blue. Nasema hii bwana, hii hakuna, hii imeshaenda. But when he was announced as the presidential elect, brother, I did not even talk. Sikuongea na watu. You know, there is people who are talking to. I just kept to myself. And now that is what I wonder of now. If that is what
I remember
President
what was happening at Bomas. And now, you know, people were everywhere saying, you know, people are consoling each other that, you know what, the president is there. The president is in control. There's no way these people are going to take it.
Me, I remember even the time we saw Uhuru with Sharif. You know Sharif, he's called who? This guy from Mombasa. He's called who?
Sharif Nasser.
Sharif Nasser.
Abdul.
Yeah, and we saw them singing that song of Bob Marley. One, I thought now it's done. We are waiting for the announcement. Brother,
You know,
kama nimewahi kusikia vibaya kwa maisha yangu yote.
you know
It
what
is
happened?
2022. I don't even want to remember that year.
What happened, because like I was a political commentator, and you know, and I ended up being pulled out of the group, and the reason why, because we were giving view. So when I gave my view and I say from my own analysis and how things are going, I don't think that Baba is going to win this. And from the political analysis point of view, and I tell you, ile matisi niliogwa. Yani, then it went, then it came to the day of Supreme Court. And also, no, this one I did not, because I was already taken off the group. So I did put on my WhatsApp status, and I say that from the look of things again, I'm not seeing myself like this is going to be one. And what made that decision was when the Gidongo issue, then some of they brought was for 207. When I saw that, I said, no. From the way things are going, I think like people are fumbling here. Then I saw there was the way Otiende Amolo came very much late, you know. And I say here what I'm seeing from, based on what I saw, the spirited fight that Otiende Amolo put in the first petition, the one that Maraga nullified, and Otiende Amolo is coming. And I say, no, there's something wrong here. There's something that is not adding up. And I say that, I tell you, that is the 2022 is that I will not forget, the insult and everything. And later after that, and people started to go for Sofria movement. Now they're going, hey Benson, how did you know this? And I tell them, no, I did not know. But you know, when you're giving comment in politics, you give what you think. It's not that is what is going to happen. You know, Joseph, I cannot say you are what you think or what you are giving opinion on is wrong, because there's something you might be seeing that I'm not seeing. Yeah, I can disagree with you, but I cannot discredit that. Yeah, because
but you know, Brother Benson, in everything we tend to learn more. You know, in every scenario that happens, we tend to learn more. You are saying that you are insulted. You know me, even we came to bad terms with my family members, and some of them even we were not talking. They were telling me about politics, tusiongee na tusisikie tukiongea. But you know, nowadays I don't even need to tell them, because they are very angry with this government. I don't need to tell, so I feel good. Saa zingine nasikiaga vizuri, kaundani nasikia vizuri. Nilikuwa najaribu kuwaambia lakini hamwezi nisikiza. So sometimes I feel that silikuwa nawaambia lakini mkakataa kunisikiza. So that it comes with learning. Now I've learned that in this politics, Brother Benson, these things should not be gone with the full heart that people go with. Unajua mimi niliingia hiyo siasa ya 2022 with the full heart that I always go with. And I have seen that politics is just a very different animal. It's not the same animals we see in the forest. It's a very different case. You can be thinking that these guys, you know, nobody thought that Ruto and Raila could work together. Who could have thought? Who could have thought about that? It was very far-fetched, because the way we were seeing things being thrown out. You know, if there was a campaign that was full of insult, was the 2022 campaign.
Yeah, it was.
Full of insult. I don't think even I could have ever thought that somewhere that Uhuru could talk about Gachagua within the limits that they, you know, even I had another grandmother saying like this, that one who is the Minister of Lands, saying that if he's the one who always urinates so that we can plant, tell him not to urinate this year. You know, I had such kind of insults, and I can never want that thing to happen again in 2027. Because
Yep.
those insults were not good. You had even insults from old men, throwing them to young men. And I think, even after the elections, they still went for Raila and Uhuru. They still went for these guys. Or don't you remember? They went for their companies. Or you don't remember? Or kwani memories zenyu zimekuwa chache hadi siku hizi. They went for the, and I remember even that MP from Uhuru Kenyatta's backyard, Shaweri, called Kang'ombe, saying that Uhuru amekuwa akikunywa pombe sana hata labda ajui kama watoto wake wako na bunduki. Such kind of words which are being used, brother. I think even people need to use their common sense when they are electing leaders this time.
Yeah.
They need to know even the caliber of leaders you are electing, the kind of words that they remove from their mouths, because those words can really make a country to burn. That one is what makes a country to burn.
And Miguda, you still there or you're sleeping?
I'm here.
Yeah, okay.
Miguda also cried during that.
There's also one friend of ours, Makobura. Do you remember when we met this friend of ours? We don't mention her name. She told us on how they were taken to Mombasa.
Yeah.
She was crying.
Makobura, Joseph, Makobura will tell you. Nowadays, me, I can just say nowadays, I stopped politics. Makobura can tell you who I was in 2007.
Stop listening to the song for that song for Makobura.
I stopped. Makobura can tell you, me, politics and me is like a fish and water, and and there was a time in 2017, I think 2017, I was told, go and assist Baba up there in Nairobi. Go and assist Baba in that election. So, like, I can say things happen, and I think what we used to but then now Ababu Namwamba was the SG for ODM. We are the people who push for Ababu Namwamba because we believe in the young people, and we're very young, so we're seeing future in him. That time we were chasing Young away from the party, and we push Ababu to the SG for ODM. I can tell you, brother Joseph, even 2017 elections, when Raila lost, no, leave alone 2013, 2007, we thought that because of Mandamano, we could be given something. So Mandamano prolonged, then suddenly we were given prime minister. At least we were contented. We were, okay, better. We have the prime minister. So we were very sure that because we know Raila was the prime minister, Kalonzo was the vice president, we were very sure that, and Wetangula was the foreign affairs, I think, minister. So we were very sure. Then all of a sudden, Raila has not been declared. But we still having hope. We were going back to school. So elections were done on March. We were given some break for election. Then we were supposed to resume back to school. So though we cried, but we were having hope that, okay, because we got a new constitution, now we are going back to school, we are going to Supreme Court. So in our school, they used to allow us to watch, because we were fans of Baba, so no one could dare deny us to watch. So we were watching at those Supreme Court proceedings. We saw the coming of Kethi Kilonzo. We were like, wow, this young lady can articulate these issues. So we were very certain sure that with Kethi Kilonzo.
What year were you that time, brother Miguda?
I can't remember, but I'll tell you. But I was in high school. I think
Just joined high school.
Okay.
I've just joined high school, the secondary school. So when we were watching those proceedings, Now, you know me, the school where I went, I was only, I think I think we were maybe 10 was most of that school were Bantus. I can say Bantu. So we were few Nilots and Bantu. So we were very vocal and we were known, we were marked that these are the Bantus. So we went for the determination by, I think the Chief Justice was then Mutonga. You know, by that time, we were not able to grasp those too detailed English from the constitution because it was a new constitution. The Supreme Court has just been established. Things are still new, so no one can able to understand those things. So Maraga, I think Nenani Mutunga said that the victory of Uhuru Kenyatta has been there's a certain term used by that time. So we never understood what's happening. So we saw people celebrating. The Bantus were celebrating. So I was shocked. Wow, we have lost in Supreme Court again. So I think things were terrible. I can tell you. So if that me, a young person who was a follower to Baba, was tortured to that extent, what about those? Me, I'm not a fanatics follower. There are different fans. Me, I can say I'm a bit rational. But there are those people who can take bullets for Raila, the one Makubra was telling you. They can take bullets for Raila, and we know them. If Baba told them, okay, you people go and swim in Lake Victoria up to the farthest end of it, they will swim. So I was like, if me, I'm not this fanatic support, and it has hit me this way, what about those people? And let me conclude by saying, remember, you know when Raila died on that Wednesday, 3 people hanged themselves. 3 people committed suicide because they say, okay, I can't leave my Nas Baba. Then they committed suicide. So that's the kind of person we are saying. All in all, if you want that power, don't go through people like Gladys.
This is I'm seeing
Leo umefanya mpaka
a
Marco
comment
Bura
here.
halali bwana.
I've seen a comment here, and this is very true. This one of Prime Minister. I remember people had started saying that time we were still young. Of course, we were told that Raila was the president, and there were 2 presidents. So Kibaki was a president, and Raila was also a president. And so since Raila had won, because that is what we were told, he was even given like a super president. So he was the prime. So we were told that the prime minister is more powerful. And they started telling us, Kenyatta was the first prime minister of the Republic of Kenya. So they were trying to equate it with the role that Kenyatta used to have when he was first given the opportunity. And then after sometimes I heard Raila complaining that no, he was not given some mkeka. And then now we started asking ourselves.
Chief hakuwa mpaka PC hakuwa karibu.
Yeah, and then we asked ourselves, but I heard them saying that Raila was even more powerful than the president.
But it was supposed to be like that, brother Mark. Prime minister post is supposed to be very powerful than the president. But I think the arrangement that was done by Kofi Annan. Kofi Annan ni mkora bwana. Msimuone tu hivi. Kofi Annan.
Raila has gone, yes, but I can tell you he has left a lot of he gave, especially those people from Luo Nyanza, in one way or another, they learned about matters of politics.
Full dose.
Yeah.
They know. Nyuma hata sio. Yule nyuma ni mkeka bwana. Tunawekea mkeka KICC. Nasema mambo kwisha.
What is happening is this. There was I think there was 2013. I was 2013. I was still in almost graduating. I had already graduated with the. I was doing my second. I was in college now, doing my second something, So people were running the election of 2013. So that happened to be in a strategic committee of one of the aspirants in Kisumu. So what happened is that this aspirant, he did not given the ODM ticket, but he was very popular. Actually, his competitor right now is going for governorship. The person that they're competing with on the nomination is going for governorship. And we saw quite a number of movement. We saw, including the PA of Oron has really moved to Ken Obura's side. That guy was competing against Ken Obura, and it was in Kisumu Central, the first election for Kisumu Central. So what happened is they did not get the nomination. So you see, like, we are now saying, okay, now we have to go with this guy. There was one guy in Kisumu. These are they were very youths for Baba. He's dead right now. He was called Abuya Abuya. I can remember very well. Abuya Abuya is dead. So there was a time we were in Imperial Hotel. So we had a strategic meeting in Imperial Hotel. So we just left. So Abuya Abuya happened to have known me. He knew me. So he called me and told me, Ben, you are the people who are fighting Baba in Kisumu. I told him, no, I'm just like in the committee campaign team of Sansa. Asema usipochunga na kukula moto. Wase, hey, say Abuya, kwani nimefanya nini? From that day, mimi mambo yangu na siasa iliisha. And iliisha kabisa kasema no. But hii kitu imefika. So there are those who really love Baba so much, even today, that when I see, my only worry is that when I see some of the MPs running back and forth, remember, the nomination of ODM especially could be chaotic, and until the popular candidate would not get the certificate, and everybody would be very mad of Baba, mad and order with ODM. But Baba will come only one day. Baba will raise the hand of this guy. I tell you. the only I think like the only two people that have really wrestled and have is it one or two? I can talk of Obado. Obado tried and he managed. Apart from Obado, who again?
Nani also tried, but Nani tried on this member of parliament from Kisumu, the Muindi
Shakil Shabir.
Yeah.
Yeah, Shakil Shabir. Olago also went with the Ford Kenya for a while until Rosa Buyu came.
Yeah.
But what about
like,
Kwale?
We are just talking about the areas within.
In Nyanza, in Nyanza region.
So, but I think the person who really had it rough with Baba was Obado. I can remember there was a time Obado came late in a meeting and Baba did not allow. You remember that?
Yeah, he was told not to sit at the higher podium.
You know, I wish Obado would clear with this, with his cases that he had. That guy is the best guy to interview, especially when you want to talk about his political career, because I can remember there was also a time when I think Badi was the chairman then, and he said that Obado has to be impeached. I don't know how he navigated with the members of the county assembly, and he did manage, and you know, I don't know how he did it, but Badi was very vocal on him, you know. So like to me, what I'm convinced beyond reasonable doubt that even though even something that even Babu Owino, before Baba was still alive, Babu was saying that, okay, Baba kienda, Baba unabaki na Babu. That was only foreseeable when Baba was still alive. That was only foreseeable, and it was only possible. But right now, the way things stand, he will have to re-strategize on how he handled that issue. Even if you have the crowd, you have the ground, but you will have, how are you going to make sure that you handle it very, very nicely in a way that you get that love from people. Because even in 2027, this is what I believe, even in 2027, majority of the majority of especially leaders from Luo Nyanza, in their posters, Raila Odinga will be. They will not put the poster, even if ODM will have working arrangement with President William Ruto. I feel and I believe that all their posters, including those who are not in ODM, their posters, the bigger poster will be Baba, will be there. Then they will have this minute one on the corner, that is them. But the one that will occupy the whole poster will be, the order of that flyers will be for Baba, then theirs will be down there.
Brother Benson,
Yeah.
with Mark, can I give you another prophecy? Because leo nimewapatia prophecy, I think nitawapatia ingine moja. I see a four future of 2027 where you see if you want to study politics, Brother Benson, you really study politics from deep inside where they have come from. You know, you cannot just study politics just by surface tu unaona. If you study politics with the surface, utapotea. You need to study them deeply. And that's why I brought up a point about why the only person and the person who opened up this. Unajua hii kitu ilikuwa inajulikana na watu wataenda kurudi Uponda. Hata kama ingekuwa watu watarudi, but ingekuwa iko na ile that power ile ilikuwa nayo. Do you see the power that could have been there ile that every time, you know, the person who started this one was who?
Uhuru Muigai
was the
Kenyatta.
former president, and what he did, he opened up something that he opened up. Let's say he opened up because we were like yesterday. I was not able to come to the show. There is something you had said in the show. The headline was about what was the headline yesterday? There was something you said about kuna kitu ulikuwa umeandika kwa headline ya jana, and that is the word. Yeah, the power in
the political holy shrine.
Yeah, the political holy shrine. And the person who opened that political holy shrine, it was a former president who was a friend too. Because kama kuna mtu alikuwa rafiki ya Raila, hata mshine mkidanganywa hapo, Brother Benson, na mambo ya siasa zile tulifanyika 2013, 2017, 2022. If there's a person who was a very dear friend to Raila Odinga, was one Uhuru Kenyatta. Because I've seen so many of the times, hata tuache tu kuenda mbali na zile vitu tumeona wakipitia na Raila. Let's go to the nearest one, which Mama Aida talked. Did you hear Mama Aida talking in Nyayo Stadium? What did she say? She said that I want to thank former President Uhuru because he has been with the family and he has been a friend to Raila. And I'm telling you, Brother Benson, people might be talking here na kuongea. Na nilikwambia, unajua kwa nini nikuja na story ya Mingpin? Ni yako na nguvu. Let me tell you, hata Uhuru anajua Mingpin yako na nguvu. Si ati ajui. It's not that he does not know. He knows where the power resides. Sisi ni sisi tunakuja hapa kupeana story. They know. Even those akina Wangas, they can try to pretend and do whatever. So they know. And I've seen a scenario where they have talked and they have decided on the foot forward where they are going. The problem is just that ODM, you know, there's something you came and said it was very good, and I felt I needed to echo. Hii mambo ya chama na mambo ya familia, it's two different things.
Yes, true.
But the thing that we are not remembering, hii mambo ya familia baadaye ndio itakuja evolve ikuwe mambo ya chama. Saizi si ya chama, saizi ni chama na familia ziko tofauti. But there is a time that the family is going to come and be involved in the party. That one is coming. Even if it will not come right now, it will come even if it is 4 months, 6 months, 7 months there. But I'm telling you, Brother Benson, something was decided that day. The moment you saw Uhuru and Oburu, and Uhuru was left there, I'm telling you, there's something that was decided there in that meeting that was held. And Siki to the easy. And that is a prophecy I'm telling you will come. And you'll see. Utakuja kuniambia. And by the way, Joseph, you told me something that is going to happen about that meeting that happened. And and after that, after hiyo, I think also Ruto uwaga anakasikiria sana. I don't know if kasikiria ama uwaga ile poi. Unajua Ruto pia ni moto sana kwa politics. After seeing that, what did he do? Ruto started talking in another language. Ulianza kusikia naongea mambo is like he's talking another language fulani mpaka ulisikia mpaka watu wanamwambia kwa nini unasema tu ati there is something that he said that did not augur well with people. There is something of late
wale walikuwa sijui kwa sufuria kwa nini na nini na sasa
yeah. You remember that one and let me tell you, brother Benson, politics, yes, they are friends, they are all friends, even Ruto friends. They wanakuwa marafiki wote, but their interests should converge. And I'm telling you, the interest that the family of Aida, the family of Raila, who now is under Aida, because the family of Raila is under Aida right now. We can talk about Winnie or the rest, but the family is under Aida. There's something that they need themselves to have, and that is interest. Unajua interest ni nini, brother Benson?
Yeah.
Mnaangalia politics. They need interest for their company. There is a company that has been left there by Baba, Spectra. Remember, Spectra is there. So they need to safeguard their interest. The Odinga family, unajua kuna Oginga family na kuna Odinga family. So the Odinga family needs to be protected because Oginga family still has somebody who is protecting them, who is their father. Oburu is still there. But Odinga family now does not have a protector. Yes, the protector will be the brother, but initially, awana baba yao, you see. So those are other things you need to note. And those are things that are going. Na ukitaka kusikia speech, uangaliaje tu speech. Uhuru akimalizia speech alisema nini? Tutachukua familia yenu na tuifanye yetu. Na sasa familia yenu imekuwa yetu. You remember that point? Brother. Brother, after Uhuru left, what did you see next? Kuna watu wakuja alafu who came?
Who came next after him?
The mother and the wife.
Yeah.
You remember the mother and the wife? Yeah. So you think they just came and just visited like that without talking anything?
You know, Joseph, let me tell you one thing, and let me just read this comment. I don't know, at Brother Ben, some private investigators have gone to India to investigate what really happened. Okay, we will be glad to have information. We really know, we want to know what happened to Baba. If Koso played dirty, it will be well in 2020. 2027 is going to be a politics of. There's so many things that are going to determine 2027, and including Gen Z not registering. The other day, I heard the IBC was saying that only 90,000 people have registered, which is quite low compared to how Gen Z were agitated and they want this change. If they don't register, how do they think to make those changes? So maybe just to add or to echo on what you said, you know, something that even depicted from Uhuru Kenyatta's gesture of staying behind. And I don't think like when he stayed behind, he went to sleep. I tend to believe they might have seated down somewhere for the overnight, maybe past midnight. You know, if you stay somewhere until 1, that's meaning that you've stayed overnight, because like by 1, you're in another day altogether. Yeah. And also to go by the graveyard, remember? Yeah. And just to go and pray and not saying anything. Like they just walk, they did not say anything, they just there and played their last respect. And what you said about Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta staying back and later going to pay the last respect, you know, you find that despite the fact that everything that President did within that 72 hours, yeah, but by Uhuru staying back, that day to go and pay last respect for the Right Honorable Prime Minister was very huge than even what government has done. And
But
ask,
I'm asking you, brother Benson, there is
yeah,
always one question that I ask. If Uhuru was the president, you think Raila could have not been buried by a state funeral?
it could.
He could have been buried even by a state funeral. So I don't think
But
maybe
no, you see, like when you know, and President really spoke. And if you want to look at everything, President really spoke well and everything that he done. But at some point, you look at his speeches, there's that connection between the speech and the people. At what point, or when he was hitting the climax of his speeches, was there any connection that you would relate, like this speaking as the president, despite all that? But now come to Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. And that's why I'm telling you, Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila, there's something special that they were given that no any other politicians that remains today has, even including Kalonzo Musyoka, does not have that. There's something unique that Raila had with his fan base and something unique that Uhuru Kenyatta has with his fan base today. One is that Uhuru Kenyatta is this person that everybody wants to listen to what he says. Two, Uhuru Kenyatta knows how to read the mood of the people. And after knowing to read the mood of the people, and you know when to crack the jokes and when not to crack the jokes. Even from Kasarani, after that big speech of Uji na chai, and akasema watu wanafikiria, what did people concentrate more about? Jaden mambo na uji, Jaden na mambo na chai. And you look at that one in the trending tab. What was so much people interested on? You look at what was trending. You find that the people, apart from the Kasarani, where the body was, Uhuru was trending at number 2 by then. And why was it trending by number 2? Why was it is number 2 in trending on the trending tab? Yeah, the Uji, he said, how he interacted and how people shouted even when before he spoke, he was coming into the arena or in the Kasarani, and people say that we want to welcome former President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. What happened? So this is a person that has been given, there's something special in him that connects him to his people. And even by him staying was very significant. And I think he started that journey. You know, he challenged so many people, by the way, people who did not realize. Until that is when people came to realize that Uhuru Kenyatta was more politically, or friendship. Their friendship were more, the political side of it, if you compare to the friendship was deeper than even the politics that they had. Because the State House of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta to come. And you can even remember when you watch that clip, when President was leaving and he greeted him, like he was just seated there, very comfy. Which means if the crowd could have not invaded that place, the graveside, because remember when the president left, at least the security that was beefed, at least the security downsized. They had to come back. If the place could have been secured until the end of everything, then I don't think that President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta would have left. He would have stayed with the family until now everything is cemented and say that now you can leave.
But you know, Brother Benson, one thing I noticed, you know, in all this we were saying handshake. You know, there was one thing that was mentioned, and people forget very fast. One thing was mentioned is that Oburu Odinga, the brother of Raila, was involved in everything.
Yeah.
So when you see Oburu Odinga talking with the likes of Uhuru Kenyatta after burial of the brother, there's something that tells you how the relationship between how they were playing their part between Oburu Odinga, Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta. It is somehow very, hiyo relationship ilikuwa imeshikana. It was somehow haikuwa relationship ati unaweza sema tu ni hivyo. You know, there is some relationship unaweza ona hapana, hii ni ile tu ya juu ile ya sisi ni politicians, so interest tunasalimiana nini. There is something that is always, you know, I went back and watched a video where they were celebrating the father of Uhuru, who is Kenyatta, and Raila was called to make a tribute. I remember that time was after 2013 elections. Was it 2014?
Prayer breakfast.
2015.
National
No,
prayer.
the breakfast one. There's another one. They were in Cathedral. You remember Cathedral? It's called what, that cathedral? It's in Nairobi.
St. Cathedral.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember that.
And when he was called to make the speech of the to give the tribute to the dad, unajua mpaka alianza ku make jokes. Is people who are making jokes. You could even know. You could tell even when the way they were laughing. And he could say that my brother here, my small brother here has ambushed me. And he has told me to come and there is something he said about when he was a boy. You need to go and listen to that speech, because that is what can direct you to how the Kenyatta and Odinga family has been going through. You know, people, Brother Benson, unajua sisi tulidanganywa sana sisi between these two communities, tukaambiwa ati ile kitu inatufanyaga ati sijui tukakula, wengine wakakula oath, wengine wakaenda brother, these all were lies. Let me tell you, when Kenyatta was dying, brother, there was less tension between Kenyatta family and Odinga, but let me tell you, that thing was mended very imeambiwa na huko kitambo sana. Sisi tulibakia na hii kitu, Brother Benson, tumeshika kwa moyo between the Kenyatta and the Odinga family and the Oginga family. These things were mended long time ago. It's because a healthy. And let me ask you a question, Brother Benson, ukiwa na mark hapa. When Uhuru was the president, was any business for Raila touched? Just tell me. When he was the president, hata kukuwa na maandamano. Wewe angalia hata ukiwa na maandamano 2017. Angalia hata sasa kuleta tension 2013. Was any business for Raila touched?
No.
Was anything touched? But 2022, we came even to know Raila's business. Well, imagine.
Even
that's why I tell you.
Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta.
That's why I tell you. Unaona, even the reconciliatory, you know, lakini sitaambia, kuna mambo mingi sana siwezi kasema hapo. Unajua nikianza kusema mambo ni mingi, but I'm telling you there is that bond and there is that thing that they talked about. Haiwezi kuwa tu ati walikaa tu chini. There was consoling, yes, and giving the consolation to the and when you see even the wife of Uhuru and Mama Ida, unajua kuna siku hata Mama Ida alisema anapenda kuongea na bibi ya Uhuru juu they seem somehow mature, wanaongeaga mambo ingine. And I did, there is a lady who came here and said that Mama Ngina, Margaret Kenyatta is the same as Ida. I can tell you for sure. No, she's the same, she's powerful. But it's not because, you know, Margaret, Brother Benson, asikudanganye na sura. Unajua Margaret sura yake inakaa innocent. But that lady is a very powerful lady. Don't play with Margaret. She's a very powerful lady. You know why I know she's a very powerful lady? There was a story which was given about Uhuru in 2001, 2002. Oh, no. Before he became the prime minister, I think, the deputy prime minister, they were saying that Uhuru was taken from a den of alcohol. Unajua huyo bibi yake alikuwa amemwambia mimi nataka divorce. Brother, and we cannot continue with this one. It's a story which is given. And let me tell you, that lady changed Uhuru. Uhuru alibadilika. That lady is powerful. Don't ever take ukimwona tu sura yake hivyo, usimchukulie tu kama mtu lightly. And Uhuru even one time spoke and said, mnaweza ona Margaret hapa, lakini mwanamke is a very strong one. And I think that is what happened. That's why you can see even vile unaambiwa ati Raila could have not gotten another wife. It's the same thing that Uhuru na Magi, it was somehow very different. But unajua sasa pia it depends. But I think those two ladies, they are different. They are different, but they have one character. They are very strong ladies with powerful, with real power. They have real power. And I don't know. Someday watu watakuja kujua ya maji, but ya hii already we know because hiyo chama ya ODM brother Benson, hiyo nimewaambia hiyo hata mshinde mkiimba hapo, hata mshinde mkiimba Gladys wangu ama
Okay,
mwende
now
sijui nini.
Okay, now maybe before we wind up, because I'm seeing I keep on this thing can keep on coming, especially this is the MP for Langata, and I mentioned it the other day, no, when we are having this show, and that's why like I'm taking keen interest in ODM, especially the MP for Langata attacking Edwin Sifuna and Othotsi, and when he says that Sifuna is very tough, especially when it comes to ukileta maybe something that touch on ODM, or Sifuna will be very tough, and when it comes to matters of Nairobi, is the energy he puts on is not the same way he puts it as on the party, to say something like that. And look at this, is a secretary general, is the face of the party, so anything that goes wrong, you have to make sure that you speak from that point of view. Then you look at Jalanga himself. Is one person that even before handshake between Baba and President William Ruto, they were already in State House. I can remember there was a time he went to a meeting where Baba was denied access. Remember that? Yeah. So until there was a point whereby their expulsion, especially from the party, was being discussed, and even in the majority, in the ODM, ODM zones, strongholds, they were branded as Wasaliti, and they could not hold rallies in those areas. The ODM fan base did not actually accept them. But now you find him coming to attack Sifuna. What does this one mean?
For Tsotsi attacking Sifuna.
Jalango.
You know, brother, Jalango, me, I don't like to talk about Jalango too much because Jalango is never hot or cold. You know, another day he was supporting Sifuna and saying Babu and Sifuna. But by the way, let me ask you a question on answering this one. Do you think Jalango will clinch his seat in Langata? Because I see it will be a very uphill task for him in Langata. I don't see it for him a very simple battle for him. And as you are going to answer me that one, I think it's for Nani Jalango. Jalango, me, I don't take him keen so much because Jalango has been that politician ambaye is like Karenaga na upepo. He's in this side, akisikia hii side hapana. Sasa like right now I was seeing he was talking about broad-based government. Then another time he was still talking there sijui about akina Sifuna and how if they leave ODM, I don't know will be done what, and then Babu Owino can be a man of himself. So I've never seen his stand. I see like he's just the way he does comedy. He was doing comedy the same way he's taking politics as. So we are going to see. But if he's abusing Sifuna, you know, Sifuna si ligi ya Jalango. Sifuna ni mtu alipata kura mingi sana, brother Benson. Unajua Sifuna alipata kura from all the constituencies in Nairobi. This guy got just one constituency, which is Langata. You cannot compare somebody who got about how many constituencies are in Nairobi? 14? Around 14 or 10. Yeah, we have around 10 constituencies or 14 constituencies in Nairobi. How can you compare that to a person who got just one constituency in Langata? I think that is far-fetched if he's fighting with that. Sifuna, what will happen, brother Benson? Sifuna, his decision will be his senatorial position will be decided by two factors, and the two factors will be if Sifuna continues to stay in ODM and he continues to fight Kasongo, or let me call Ruto, sitaki kusema hiyo mambo jina mbaya. He continues to fight Ruto, he might clinch the seat because not everybody who is going to vote vile watu wanasikiaga suti. Unajua watu wamesoma sana siku hizi, brother Benson. I think watu wamesomeshwa na hiyo election imepita ya 2022. And many of the people are saying mimi hata kama nitavotia hii kitu sitavotia MP juu ati MP nakuja niambiwe MP ati ni suti. Kama MP si mzuri sitavotia hiyo MP. I'll vote for the other person, the one I want up. Wale sitaki vote. So there will be too much madoadoa in this election coming. And I think Sifuna akicheza kadi zake, Sifuna has two options to play. Either he play it at ODM, and even if he plays it at ODM, I see him clinching the seat also. But even if Sifuna plays it at the other side, I independent, I see a Sifuna winning the race. You know why?
Mm.
You know why I see Sifuna winning the race? Because Sifuna, I think the way people have taken him, watu wachukuliagi Sifuna because of ODM. Watu wanachukuliaga Sifuna because of how he has been struggling to fight for the voice of the Nairobi residents and for the Kenyans. That is what I see in Sifuna. Mi siangaliagi fight ya Sifuna as political na ODM. I look it as the way he has been. It's like same like Babu. Unaona Babu? Brother, let me tell you the truth. Between Sakaja being Nairobi governor and Babu, brother, I'm telling you, Babu is going to take that seat. Me, I'm just seeing it a very simple.
We
Babu.
wanted to discuss about. Oh, Makubura, sorry. Let me just. Like to me, and this is something that we would discuss, but maybe one day if we find time, especially Babu governorship. I'm one person that I don't support for Babu to go for governorship of Nairobi. And
but his mind is made up, Brother Benson.
I know it's good, but like the reason why I'm telling you, Joseph.
Yes.
When I had an opportunity this time around to a little bit walk around Nairobi, but what I saw in Nairobi. I don't think the governor, anybody who is a governor in Nairobi, will solve the issue of Nairobi. Nairobi, I think it is high time that Nairobi should be taken to the national government. That is the only place.
But people refuse this, Brother Benson. This one was given up by Uhuru Kenyatta, but people refuse this idea. Even the president now was fighting about that. You remember? President now was fighting that.
There's a problem in Nairobi, and whoever, even if we have one of the best governors or the best managers, Nairobi cannot be managed by just a county government. It cannot be possible. Nairobi has a lot that really needs to be put in order for it to work. We'll be going for election, tutakuwa tunaona lazima iwork, raundi ita work, but it will never work.
It will not.
Nairobi is the capital city, and there's too much influence and interest in Nairobi with almost everybody. And I can also advise Babu not to try that, because it's going to finish him politically. There's nobody will manage Nairobi as a governor and successfully at the end of the term to be said that this person became the governor and he managed. It is not possible for Nairobi. Allow me to say some few words about Jalango. I heard you talk about him. To me, politically, Jalango is not a politician. Jalango is not a politician or a leader. Jalango is a comedian. And me, I can advise him to continue with the line of comedy. And how I wish I had the opportunity
to
address
just the same way, Makubura. Brother Benson is laughing. I say the same thing.
Well, I was actually not. I was nilitoka kidogo, so kama ulisema sikusikia, but this is allow me to just say this. You should focus on comedy
or entertainment. He's doing well with the entertainment industry.
Yeah, he should continue being MC. Prince Inda will be calling him MC when Prince Inda wants to sing. Ama arudi kwa radio, bonga na Jalas wabonge huko, lakini politics na siasa awezani nayo. And I felt so bad that Jalango can speak about Sifuna and Babu. Jalango should not even, hawezi hata toa kiatu ya Sifuna, hapajafika hata hapo. For that reason, let him stay away from Sifuna. Sifuna is a national leader. Sifuna is one of those leaders that has the potential of becoming great leaders of Africa. He has shown the little capacity that is being given. He's come out to be a national or acted as a national leader. And that is what we need as a people. When we see comedians or people who are not supposed to be in the political limelight coming to the limelight to start fighting the real leaders, then we also have to come out and defend the real leaders. First of all, let us analyze the circumstances under which Jalango came to be a member of parliament. Remember the reason why at first the ODM guys wanted to wanted to refuse giving him the ticket. First, he was a mole for William Samoei Ruto. He was not fully in ODM. That is number one. Number two, you remember those people that Matiang'i and the other people were fighting? The club that were close to William Samoei Ruto, the likes of the member of parliament that he took from. I'm forgetting his name.
Kakuya.
No,
No,
Nick
it's Kalenjin. Yeah,
Oh,
Nick
so
Korir.
for you. And
Yeah,
Yes,
Korir. Among others. You know, there were quite a lot of allegations of what they were doing with money. And that is the reason why they wanted to come into politics to, to find power and use power to do other things. So we have to be very categorical. There are some people that when you see them coming and destroying the names of real leaders, then you have to stand up and tell them, Apa, you have to slow down. Apa, you have to slow down. Yeah. And on Babu is a good leader. As humans, he has his faults. But one thing I like with him is that he accepted the fact that he did some bad things. And he's progressing well. And that is good for a leader. You know, we are not always perfect people. At one point, we may have done things which are not right. But once you are able to come out of it and to show the people that you are progressing well, then it's a good thing. Remember, Babu, he has said his story. He used to be a drunkard, serious drunkard. He said he used to be using drugs. But with time, he left and he has taken, I remember I was seeing his post. He has taken quite a number of years without taking alcohol. And, if it is written even in the Bible that when your right leg is taking you to sin, you cut it. And I think he has cut some of his, those things that were taking him in the wrong direction. And we have to do a good analysis of him. So far, I think he's doing good. He should be given a chance. But the advice of him going for governor, I would advise him, if I get the opportunity, not to get there.
Yeah.
Yeah, if he asks me whether he should go for governorship or presidency, I can tell him to go for presidency. It is not a matter of him going to win this time round, but it's a way of him getting to understand what it takes to go for presidency. I can advise him, go for presidency, fail. But it is going to give you a good platform to prepare for what might come in future. But again, I would also advise them. We have some some junior political class, the likes of Ndindi Nyoro, the likes of Sifuna, the likes of Babu. My wish is if these people would come together and, the likes of this member of parliament from Natembea's county, this young ODM who is also a rebel to ODM. Missy, yeah, these are leaders. Githunguri MP, these are leaders who can do well. They can do well. If they can unite.
That one is finished, brother. Brother Mark, that one is finished. That one I can tell you is finished. That one, her case is finished. I can tell you clearly.
Which one?
That Wamushomba is finished. Her case is finished.
Wamushomba. I just like Wamushomba because of one thing.
She's good, but her case is finished.
Allow me to put something across. Wamushomba stood with truth amidst an environment that was not safe for her. Remember coming before the president and even going against the party that you were elected just to stand with the people. That That is what leadership is all about, and that is why Martha Karua stood firm, and that is why we are still speaking and talking about Martha Karua up to date. Remember the many times that she walked away of the president Moi when she believed that Moi was not performing well and listening to the grievances of our people. Those are the kind of leaders. Ona Ngilu has been there, Masana Ngilu and all those. Zingine tumesoma tu kwa historia sikukuwa, lakini progressive stance. And that is, I like leaders who have, wale wako na stand. And especially for the female leaders, those who are able to stand, have a political stand and go against the majority, but standing with the people. That is the leadership that I would advocate for.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me just there's something here that Goody has said that Brother Ben Media, no one can fix Nairobi City. It is beyond repairs. Not even central government can fix it, and that's why I tend to believe that leaders like Babu Owino, fixing Nairobi will fix your politics, especially because it's so much chaotic.
Hey, Brother Ben, Nairobi
want
can
to
be
differ-
used
I want
to
to differ
kill you
with Goody.
politically.
Yeah,
But I want to
Nairobi is the
differ
only
with
place.
Goody.
yeah.
I want to differ with her by no one can fix Nairobi City. I want to differ because what I know, there is only one group of people who can be able to fix Nairobi as a whole. We are not looking Nairobi as the city. People think Nairobi is a CBD alone. Nairobi is very big. Nairobi is even Dagoretti
Yes.
constituencies, Langata constituencies. You look at Nairobi is a whole mixture of constituencies. But I think the only person who can be able to fix Nairobi is only one group of people, and I think that is the Kenya Defense Forces. Those are the only people because they are disciplined in their
People
work.
with no interest in Nairobi can make
Yeah,
Nairobi work.
those are the only people who can fix Nairobi. So I think
But
we cannot say that nobody cannot fix it. We have somebody who can fix, and I think the military are the only one who can fix because they have.
I agree with you, Joseph, because political class have interest. Somebody, if I have interest in Nairobi, I'll make a call and tell Babu, you're my friend. Do for me this, and it will never work. The only people that will not make a call to them and something will have to work is because they have no interest in it. Is of course.
Makobura, leave about that. Let's say, for instance, look at when you get into the city, you see how the congestion, especially when it comes to the cars and all that.
You will fight cartels left, right, and center.
So let's say like you're a governor and you say that, okay, we want to have designated areas whereby people will be picked and all that, to decongest the CBD. No, Cindy, your opponent will make sure that reaches out to the organizations that are running the matatu industry. And
but what could have happened, Brother Ben? So you believe it could have not happened? It could have happened in the time for this guy, the Generali Badi. Generally, Badi wanted to remove those vehicles is because Uhuru was remaining only 1 year. Kama Uhuru alikuwa ndio ameingia president, I'm sure he knew those vehicles zingeenda ilikuwa inaitwa nini, Green Park Terminus. I assure you zingeenda huko. Even they had started the trials, you remember?
Yeah.
That the problem came, You know what the problem came with Green Park Terminus? The problem came because there was no means of transport to transport people from the Green Pass back terminal to Nairobi CBD inside. But if they had those buses, they were saying, I'm telling you, brother, tungekuwa tunaongea kizungu ingine. Hakuna basi ingekuwa inaingia Nairobi CBD.
But now what you do now, you bring in the national government now, because national government, especially
but not only a national government, Brother Benzo, say the military force, because you can say national government and national government too, corrupt people, cartels.
So let's say, like, for instance, we have this crop of new leaders. Makobura have just mentioned them, people like Ndini Nyoro, Babu Owino, Edwin Sifuna, this crop of leaders, the new who sees the leadership in another spectrum, then you have, like, you do what you do is like Nairobi. So what you do, you can have a mayor in Nairobi that control, especially the city. But majority of the time, the national government has to come in, and the national have to put more input, because you look at you want to save your political, you look at it in terms of looking at your political career. Because one, look at now even what is happening to Sakaja. Let's say Babu Wino goes, you go with a political party, maybe people love you, yeah? But now you don't have a political party in the assembly. And they just bring very flimsy charges and they take you to Senate and you end up being impeached on a flimsy charges. Even if you go to court, you will battle for how long? The times that you will be wasting fighting for that thing in courts, you will not be doing anything, you know. So because of new interest, so you will find that Babu Wino, he has better chance, but he has better chance. Sometimes he doesn't have very good rapport with the political party. He goes as an independent candidate. Somebody will have to influence, because we know we have transactional politics. Somebody will just do a transaction. I'm giving you 5 billion. If I give you 5 million, I want to see the governor being impeached. Who is going to leave that money? At the end of the day,
Nairobi for politics is very difficult for a governor. But I want to tell, I've seen Gypsy. Gypsy has written for me something there about KDF. And let me tell her one thing. KDF has been the center of everything that you have seen has been built in Nairobi. You see, even the green, you remember that one we are calling, it's called what? That one which is there, that one which is Gardens, Uhuru Gardens,
that was
Park,
military.
Uhuru Park, KMC, Kenya Meat Commission. Even this, you see, even this road that was built is called what? This road that always people brag about at Niagara. They were involved in that road. Watch hata hiyo barabara. You see even the stadium which is being built. Unaona watu wakisema itwe Raila Odinga. That one is KDF. So KDF is involved in so many things that even they have the shipyard in Kisumu. You know the shipyard?
Yeah,
they are doing so many things, and me, I can even like them to be given some work, brother Benson.
And remember,
those guys, they are perfect in what they do.
Remember the schools that the CDF went to inspect where he met his death?
Yeah, the CDF. I'm telling you, those guys, brother Benson. I don't know if you have ever gone and watched Uhuru Gardens. You know, Uhuru Gardens was just a mere ground that was left like that. Sijui kama umewahi kuenda kuangalia Uhuru Gardens after they did the renovations and they built even the buildings. Brother, those guys are perfect. Those guys are perfect. I watched that Uhuru Gardens building, how they build it and how they built even all those kind of sasa hiyo ni museum bwana. Brother Benson, wachana ile inaitwa museum pale Nairobi ile tunaenda kuona Snake Park. That is a museum.
Ile unaona pale Snake.
Wachana na hiyo. Sasa I would like to go to Uhuru Gardens. I want to go, and I don't know how it's been done nowadays. But they are people who does work. Wakiambiwa wafanye kazi, brother Benson, KDF does the work. And the work is done. It's not shoddy work. Si hata saizi nasikia ndio wana renovate hata nini. Si ndio wali renovate Kasarani. What was renovating Kasarani? They're the same ones who are renovating Nyayo. So, and they are the ones who built their stadium. You remember their stadium? Ulinzi Stadium? Yeah, go and look at that stadium. It's well maintained. Those guys, they are full of discipline. That's why I was saying in Nairobi, we need the word that you are lacking. We need a cosmopolitan city.
Yeah,
a cosmopolitan city which is being run by, when it's been run by the central government, you can decide who is going to run it. It's not a must you be vote for somebody. And if they want to decide, ni walete mtu kutoka the discipline forces. Wasileta tena kinyangarika mwingine huko, aanze kuja kuuza takataka huko. Najua Nairobi sana ile kitu inauzwa sana ni takataka. And the business for takataka is very good. Sasa tunashida tukiona Musila mapiar. Brother, that is the problem that is there in Nairobi. And let me tell you, hata babu akikuja sioni ukibadilika. Lakini sasa ni vile tu lazima mvotie governor. What will we do? Nairobi needs a governor. Until when we decide.
No, I think to me, leaders like Babu who maybe have a potential, like people who have performed well based on what he has done in his constituency. To me, I feel it's okay that governorship is Nairobi but I tell you, Joseph, even forget about the outskirts of Nairobi County. Just come to the CBD alone. Oh, I tell you, it's not very easy. I'm telling you from a managerial point of view, even if you have, first of all, what you have to understand is the planning itself, the planning of Nairobi. The planning of Nairobi should be rethink. You have to rethink about planning of Nairobi. And somebody who is coming should think of, like right now, even we are very much behind. Somebody could have, right now is that time that people could think about the subways in Nairobi. Yeah.
But I think Nairobi is being changed, Brother Benson, because the moment they started shifting these offices to Upper Hill, and they started restructuring about the railway program. I hear there is a railway program that the Britain are going to start about the railway city. Ile wanaita railway city, watasema watajenga ma buildings in the side ya railway. I know you know the railway part vile inakuwa kubwa, that side of the railway side. So I think it's going to change Nairobi. But now the problem is, you know, as we are continuing, Nairobi needs to change because Nairobi was a city which year, my brother. Nairobi ilipotengenezwa capital city which year. It needs to change. It needs to change because 2030, 2040, as we are going, there is cities which are coming up, brother. Me, I don't know even why we don't take one city like Konza and we make it a capital. And then we start building it from to Jersey, and we do even an airport. I think even Jomo Kenyatta should not be an airport now, a main airport. Should build another airport in Konza there, a big airport there that is going to open up that city. Tukijenga airport Konza ni hivyo, hiyo area imefunguka yote.
Live about that. Even if you look at even live about that, we have you know, like right now in Kisumu, the international flight do not come to Kisumu. The only flight that might come to Kisumu is from Uganda. This big.
Why?
This is a big. I think the runway.
It's small.
Yeah. Yeah, then they're building a new tower. So I think when they're done with the building of a new tower, they're constructing a new tower, by the way. So I think when that new tower is done and we can start getting international flights, so, you know, and that one can decongest JKI.
But you know, if we were serious with our developments, the airport that is in JKIA right now is the airport that could be in Kisumu and Mombasa. We could be talking about an airport that is big, brother. Now the rights of akina JKIA ingekuwaga nini?
Aki good year sasa wewe.
Good year. Wanga is full of PR. You see, do not believe hizi mambo za Wanga.
Kwanza hebu niambie ile kiwanda yake ya unga ilienda aje? Unajua mimi sikuelewa hii mambo.
Hakuna mtu wa PR anaanza kama Wanga.
Ile hata nadhani ni nini? Marco Buda, just hold for me. I want to talk to somebody on phone, please.
Marco Buda, kiwanda ya unga ilienda aje? Kiwanda ya unga
ilikuwa inaitwa Moko. That, you know, let me tell you something about Wanga. Wanga is a politician who is bright in this manner. Whenever she's akiona mchanganyiko wa mambo, she always know how to come up with solution. So naona juzi Raila ameenda, before watu wajue that Raila ameenda, ndo Raila ashaita watu kwa stadium. Ni kama baba ni baba yake peke yake, yeye si ya Wajaluo wengine. She likes PR and she plays
but
it
I think
perfectly.
amenyamazishwa sasa Marco Buda. I think she has amenyamazishwa so far. I cannot see
sisi. There's nothing that Wanga is doing, I can tell you. Ni a lot of PR. Hata hizi development kidogo imefanyika huko juzi. It's because of a smart move. Zila alikaribia karibu president. Na akaanza kudanganya president kama sasa yeye ndiye ataleta Wajaluo yote kwa president.
Lakini si yeye alileta hizo. Si Raila was there. Raila was the one who was bringing those things, not Wanga. Wanga kwa. Wanga huyu.
Yeah, so
Wanga ni mutaika higa mwingine wa nini wa
actually that's a replica. In Luoland she's a replica of Kahiga. But we tunamwelewa. The only thing we know is if she wants to go far in politics, she has to change. There are some, you know, hizi ma-PR, kuna PR zingine huwezi faulu nazo. And with this generation, unajua sisi tunasema tu, siku hizi sisi hatuogopi, tunasema tu vile iko. We don't sugarcoat. We are telling Wanga has to change Homa Bay County. There's a lot of ignorance in Homa Bay County. There's a lot of what we call political instability to an extent that whenever we are going for elections, even these by-elections, we've always seen a serious number of people dying, similar to what we are seeing the other time. It is upon her as the governor to ensure that there is peace and tranquility in that particular county. And if she wants to do a lot of PR in matters of governance, then she's going nowhere. She'll not succeed. We've had leaders in Luoland, and that is the only place that if when it gets to a point and we feel that you're not conforming to the dictates of the people, then the only thing is to force you out, and we really know how to do the forcing. So she has to shape up and to do as per the wishes of the people and ensure that the people of that particular county gets what is needed of them. She has to stop this PR and she has to give the people the opportunity, especially the people who are opposing her. You know, she's starting to behave like Suluhu wa Tanzania. And in Luoland, we are past those kind of characters.
What
If we
about them
see
there? What about them there? Because I hear them say is also in the county government. Kuna ofisi kubwa sana pale bwana.
yeah, so and Atatu, we are not going to condone that kind of behaviors. She has to conform and behave nicely.
But by the Marco Gura, me I never like that lady. Me, I don't like her. I think she's full of pride, and I don't like people with pride.
Yeah, you see, the other day,
Kahiga
Kahiga made some reckless, remarks. Instead of coming out as a leader, you criticize and say that this was not right. You're also coming out to do the exact thing that you are coming out that you made a press and you are speaking on behalf of a community, on behalf of a party. Hiyo party si yake bana, hiyo party ni yetu, na akitaka kuharibu hiyo party hata sisi ambao tumeshatoroka kwa hiyo party tunaweza mwambia this party also belong to us and she cannot in any way misuse the name of the party.
Kila mtu Marco Gura, kila mtu ana ng'ombe zake. Sijui kama Kahiga akiongea watu wanacheka hapa. Kila mtu ako na ng'ombe zake bwana, na kila mtu anafungana ng'ombe zake pale, anaona atafuga.
And then I saw a certain MCA from Kisumu pia anajigamba anataka kuwa MP. Instead of yeye kukuja kuongea about matters affecting the people of ward, anakuja pia kuemphasize ati tusikuone kwa Raila, tusikuone Luoland. Ni kama Luoland ni yake. Brother Ben bana, there are some leaders there in Luoland that if you don't tame and show them the way back home, then you're not going to bless the people.
Wagani yao?
Kama huyu wa ni Milimani ama anaitwa nani? Huyu wa
anaitwa
sijui nani. Those are people who should not lead.
No, it's called Honorable Seth Adui Nyang.
People like Adui Nyang. What are those people helping us? Is he even that? Lakini we have problems in Luoland.
That guy is powerful, one. Actually, I need to vote
he's
him.
Powerful because he's a sycophant. He's powerful because he's making reckless statements. He's powerful because he's, speaking against other communities. We have to call them out and, na nitaenda nisimame huko na nimwambie.
Kwani wewe unadhani ukisimama milimani unaweza shinda Duinya?
Ubaya wao wako na goons. Wanaweza.
Saizi Aduinyang, unajua Aduinyang is going to vie for Kisumu East where
Shakir Shabir.
Yes,
what can Aduinyang do that Bana Shakir has worked in that particular constituency? That is why he has always been elected with an independent. You cannot replace Aduinyang with Shakir Shabir. What are you going to get?
Me as long as mnaongea kabonyo kasapur.
Even Sankara wants to run for Sankara wants also to run for that constituency.
Okay, maybe Sankara is still young. He's a young person. You can give him a chance. We've not seen him lead anywhere. in matters of politics. But Adui Nyang is a no. To me, that is a political sycophant, a PR, senior PR. Yule akipatana na wanga watachoma lol Nyanza, I'm telling you.
Sidhani kama unajua, let me talk to our correspondent in Kisumu to have a conversation with Adui, Honorable Adui Seth Kanga, you know, is the majority leader, especially in Kisumu County. Yeah, he's the majority leader. But we have quite a number. You know, I think what happens is that what I know right now of what is happening within the ODM, everybody wants to seek relevancy. You know,
But
I
Brother
think,
Benson, I would like to ask you a question. How many MPs do you see that are going to be taken home from, let's say, even the big MPs, you know, who are always leading in ODM? How many
Joseph,
of them do you see? Yes.
Joseph, just a minute. I've seen our good friend Shaima Hussein here saying, Adui first wanted governor, but Baba stopped him. I remember when Raila was talking about this same Adui, that wengine pia wako hapa Kisumu ni MCA wameshindwa kufanya kazi na wanang'ang'ana, wanapiga kelele ati wanataka kukuwa MP and they have done nothing. And
but you know, you have to, you know, like when you look at where Adui Nyang represent, Adui Nyang is more or less in Cosmo. Is Milimani ward is the larger part of it is within the CBD. So because it cuts, if you know, I think Milimani ward runs from, it is within the Milimani. Talk about the Milimani estate. It goes to somewhere in a little bit of before Nyalenda. It borders Nyalenda B. I don't know whether you know the Kisumu well, yeah. But like he's in the cosmopolitan, and the majority of people who are voters of Milimani, they're not residing, especially in Milimani polling station. They're not residing in Milimani. These are businessmen who are doing business and they're going back to their estates. So when you, in terms of development when you talk about the development, Adui Nyang is within the CBD, so very less development. If to say maybe can give bursary. Yeah,
you know, there's some people who hang.
Milimani Market Ward.
There are some people who hanged on the court of Raila Amolo Odinga. Now that Raila Amolo Odinga is not there, our makupe lazima, we have to treat them rightly, and we have to show them that this time around we are going with, we are electing people based on credibilities and what they are able to do.
You know, but Makubura, the only problem that I have, as much as you might saying that we are electing people of credibility, but this one lies with the voters themselves. Voters reach that point, the larger percentage of voters, have they reached that point whereby they can make decisions that we are not voting individual, or we are not voting a party, if to say so, that we are voting somebody who they believe can
we are going to experience that probably in 2027, but after 2027 I'm telling you, kila mtu atarudi kwao na kila mtu atakuwa amerudi kwa the right mahali alizaliwa, and with that they will start thinking positively and in a way that confirms their status.
Joseph,
I think what will happen in Nyanza is what is happening in Central. Some MPs will be only going one term home. That is what will happen. Because in Central, I know, Brother Benson, I'm telling you, the people who are going to go home in Mount Kenya, they are going to be named in the TVs, and you are going to be shocked, because there you go one time. If there is even you know, Gatondo North, that one which was being called, I don't know, they were changing this guy called Korori. You know Korori? This guy, you know, that constituency, they have never had a constant MP. Only one MP came 2 terms. All of them, they have been one term. Even this one is going one term. So I'm telling you, when those guys decide, and I think there is where Nyanza region, Luo Nyanza first is going. So many will lose their votes, and I'm telling you, that's why I was asking you, how many MPs do you see going? How many?
there are quite few who might, for instance, like, there's some MPs in Luo Nyanza that you might not know them until you are told. Some of them you even don't know. Especially Makubur, how many MPs do you know?
I know Kisumu there are 7.
One is who?
In Kisumu, starting with Kisumu Central, Dr. Oron, Shakir, Abuyu. You come to Nyando, you get
Jared.
Jared. You come
Jared,
to
Jared,
you come to Moroni, unapata nani? What is his name? You come to Nyakacha, Doma, and then
Go to Seme James Nikal.
James Nikal, and
James Nikal.
Moroni is how is it? Is it Oyo?
Hata James Nikal anaenda nyumbani.
Anaweza enda kweli huyo mtu wa Seme.
But him is performing. Him is
So
performing.
let's now say now when you come to Homa Bay, we have who?
Homa Bay, we have Central, Kaloma. You get to Nyadundo. Nyadundo is in what is his name? Karachuonyo. And then come to Gogo, Dr. Gogo. Come to Dr. How is it called?
Ndewa. Who was Ndewa?
Ndewa is I'm forgetting the name.
Because Homa Bay has how many constituencies? 7.
We come to Millicent Odhiambo. There is a constituency she has. It's called what?
Suba. That is
Suba North. Suba South and Suba North.
So there's one for Monica Rowley, Millicent, kuna Gogo, kuna Dipo Kuome, kuna Opondo Kaluma, kuna who else? Kuna Ngondowere, the place of Ngondowere, but wanapigania gani imebaki?
There's this lady here, hii Kasepu Kabondo for Kabondo. Dr.
Imeisha. There are 7, hiyo imeisha. Mimi sijui wa Kabondo. Then
there's this lady, she's also a doctor, I'm forgetting her name. Yeah, that is all.
They're not very active in parliament, that's why you don't know them. They don't make so much noise. Then again, come to Migori.
Yeah, Migori, we have Uriri,
Mark
Nyamita. You have Awendo. Awendo is
who?
Awendo is
we have Rongo, we have Paula Buor.
Yeah. Awendo, we have I'm forgetting the name. Yeah, and then we have Junet
Masara.
And then Masara, yeah. There are also 7 in Migori.
No, what about those sides of Nyatike? Who do we have Nyatike?
Oh yeah, Nyatike is I'm forgetting. Yeah, there's Nyatike, and then there is Awendo. Awendo is I'm forgetting the name. Miguda angekuwa hapo angekwambia.
Suna
East and Suna West. Migori ziko 8 constituencies, if I'm not wrong. Because there is also Korea. See, there is also Korea constituency. Korea. The one representing Korea. How come sijui huko bwana, brother Benson bwana?
The Awendo constituency is Walter.
Yeah, Walter, yeah.
Walter Omwongeni.
No, Okongo is Nyamira bwana. Then we have Kuria. Is it Kuria East or Kuria West?
There's Kuria East.
Rarieda is here,
Rarieda is in
Rarieda
Siaya. And then when you get to Siaya, there is Bondo constituency. There's Ugenya. There's Rarieda. There's Game. And where else? There's Alego Usonga. and Ugunja.
Ugunja. Where is Brother Leo Kante? Leo. So Migori, we have 8 constituencies. We have Awendo, headed by who? So we have Awendo constituency, we have Kuria East, we have Kuria West, we have Nyatike constituency, Rongo, Suna East, Suna West, and Uriri. That is 8.
Okay.
Yeah. So do you know they are members of the one for Kuria? I don't know. Kuria.
The one for Korea.
Hmm.
There's this place where Garita Danti, Anita Garita Danti, what was her name? Huyu alikuwa nominated akaenda women rep. She used to be a member of parliament for one of those Korea. Is it Korea East or West? Kwanza hao Wakura wako na majina zingine ngumu ngumu.
But I really love those names, Nyatike.
Nyatike. Let me just look something here. Let me look at counties in Homa Bay County.
Sub-counties.
List of Homa Bay's in
sub-counties.
So we have electrical constituency. We have Homa Bay Town constituency. We have Kabondo Kasipul. We have Karachuonyo constituency. We have Kasipul constituency. We have Suba North, Ndiwa, Rangwe, Suba South. So Homa Bay Town, that is Opondo Kaluma.
Yeah.
What about Kabondo Kasipul?
That was Ogondo.
Kabondo Kasipul is Dr. Ivo Bara, if I'm not wrong. Ivo Bara.
Kabondo Kasipul.
That could be Kasipul. That should be Kasipul.
No, Kasipul ndio hawana MP amekufa.
Oh, yeah, hapo ndio mkufi yuko.
So sio Kabondo Kasipul, so ni Kasipul.
So Kabondo ndio Dr. Ivo Bara.
So once I did missionary in a place called St. Albert, Ulanda. I can remember well, but it was in 90. Ulanda is in
Ulanda is in Siaya.
No. Ulanda. That's
okay.
Ulanda is in Migori. I think it's in if not in Awendo constituency. I think it's in Awendo constituency.
Ulanda Girls, around Ulanda Girls.
So Ulanda Girls is where you come, you come to Mariwa, you go those sides of Oyani, then Ulanda Girls, a place called Marienga.
Oyani Masai.
Then you get to Oyani Masai. So Ulanda, when you know area of Pehil High School and all that, where we used to have Ambassador Leo Dero in those areas of Pehil, going those sides. So it is in Awendo constituency. Yeah, because it cannot be in Uriri constituency. It must be in Awendo. Because Awendo, I think Awendo captures Manyata, go all the way to it borders the Kisii. Yeah. So
Joseph nakufundisha
5, 6, 7, 8.
Nakufundisha Luo Nyanza sasa.
Homa Bay 2 has like Joseph leo tunataka kumfundisha. So Homa Bay 2 has 8 constituencies. Then
another 7.
Kisumu has 7.
Yeah.
Me, I just like 2 constituencies, Kabondo Kasipul, and the other one is called Nyatike.
You know, Kabondo Kasipul, before it used to be called Kasipul Kabondo, and then it was divided into 2. So Kabondo remained, and then Kasipul also changed.
But also Rarieda has a very good name.
So when you come to Kisumu now, we have Kisumu East,
Kisumu West,
Kisumu
Central,
Kisumu Central.
We have Nyando, Nyakach, Muhoroni,
and Seme. So these are there are how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So let's come to Siaya.
Siaya
we have Game Rarieda Bondo, Alega Usonga Ugunja. hizo tu. There are six or seven.
So we have Alego Usonga, one of the 6 constituency. It is the largest by area and is further divided into 6 county assemblies. We have Bondo, a constituency located in west of the county, Game located in the northwest of Alego Usonga, Rarieda located in the east Alego Usonga, Ugenya constituency, North Alego in Usonga. Why do they use Usonga to give all the direction? Ugonja also located in the north of Alego Usonga.
Unajua Ugonja ni kama ni kama central.
Maybe Wesonga ni central.
It's like a central, so it has one Alego 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So like so it's only Migori and Homa Bay that has like the
8 constituencies.
8 constituencies. Then Kisumu, the remaining are 6.
What about Vihiga?
Kisumu 7. Siaya 6.
What about Vihiga?
Vihiga few. Vihiga is not big, by the way. Vihiga is the smaller. Is one of the smallest counties.
Constituency in Vihiga.
Emuhaya. Vihiga, we have Emuhaya constituency.
Vihiga, there is Vihiga constituency or no?
No.
No. Vihiga, this Emuhaya. No.
Mbale.
Yeah. Emuhaya, Mbale, and then there is actually zinakwanga ngapi? There are 4 or 5 constituencies in Vihiga.
So they have 5 constituency in Vihiga County. I don't know how many. Vihiga County has 5 constituency. We have Luanda, Emuhaya, Amisi, Sabatia, and Vihiga. So Luanda is where who is the MP for Luanda?
Luanda. Sijui.
Hamisi. I know Sabatia was a UDA candidate. Vihiga. So
before ilikuanga ODM.
Sabatia ziliko Musalia Mudavadi ametoka ama ni wapi?
Yeah.
Georgia Niri used to come from Hamisi, right?
Yeah.
Hao ni watu ambao walikuwa Georgia Niri ameisha bana. Huyu mtu alikuwa very powerful bana. Haniri.
Kwanza alikuwa huyo jamaa aliingia MP 2002, sijui 1997 na ka maintain throughout.
Then we have Emuhaya where
Omboko, the education guy is coming from.
This is where
Omboko Molema.
Okay, and this is where Marende was coming from, Emuhaya.
Yeah.
Those days you would know when they were in parliament. You know,
Kenneth Otiato Marende was the best speaker ever.
You know, there's something that also has really happened whereby you know, back in the days,
they would be called by the name of their constituencies,
and people were interested in the debates. You know, so like you would know every member of parliament. You would know that this is so and so from where.
And you know, I used to be called Kenneth Otiato Marende. I used to be speaker for the debates in primary, and that name I didn't know what it mean. Juzi hapa ndo nimejua. How I wish I took the name.
I wish you saw him in action. I wish you saw him in real action.
After sasa nimekuwa binadamu ndio nikaanza kufuatilia nikaona
pia nani hakuwa mbaya isipokuwa ni hiyo regime alikuwa anafanyia kazi. Kaparo was not that bad. But
yeah, Kaparo was also good.
He was working through it. It was a dictatorial regime, but haikuwa mbaya pia yeye vile. But I think that is the second one after Marende. I think Kaparo.
Yeah.
After now will come these other ones. Because also Chief Justice, I think the first one can be who? Maraga. Then you come who? Hata hakuna mwingine. Sasa after Maraga utasema nani sasa?
Martha Koome.
Labda Mutunga. Martha Koome hawezi karibia bwana. Hawezi karibia. Labda Mutunga. Nani mwingine anaweza karibia hapo sasa? Gachagua aliharibu mambo yake 207. So,
Gishuru, I can remember Gishuru.
so maybe Jonjo Jonjo but Jonjo naye aliharibu mambo yake. Chief Judge nini? Jonjo hakuwa Chief Justice. Jonjo was AG.
No, Tom Mboya was not buried in Luanda. Tom Mboya was buried in it's called Kaswanga. When you go Kaswanga, immediately you leave Mbeta, you're going to Kaswanga. From Kaswanga, then you go to a place called Kandiege.
We need to visit there. We need to visit one.
Actually, there's a video that I did. You know, when immediately, you know, I visited that place. I went to Tom Mboya, where he was buried.
Now there I must visit. I want. There's places I want to visit. I want to visit Tom Mboya. I want to visit JM and who else? And those guys I want to visit.
And the good thing is that right now, when you, it's tarmacked all the way from Beta all the way to Kandiege. It's tarmacked a very smooth. It's done, still very new road. And you know, you can when you go to the Rusinga Highland, you know, it's called Rusinga. Yeah. But when you go to Rusinga, then from there you go to a place, you first go to Kaswanga, then you go to Kandiege. It is all fenced. And something that I really like about the place, I didn't know that the cows, because they only have one season in Rusinga Highland. Yeah?
Mm.
The cows, they don't tie their cows during that season when they don't plant. The cows are just walking free, and the goats just walk free. They will come back home.
But you see those you know I've seen something that Gypsy Goody has said there, and I've realized Kenya is a small country, but when you look at the smallness, you know these constituencies that you always see they are small, they are the ones who have a lot of constituencies. These counties that you see they are small. But these big ones, you find they don't have too much constituencies. I'm telling you, if you come to Mount Kenya, is when you are going to know there is some constituencies.
Let us look at Kiambu. How many constituencies does Kiambu?
I think they have too much.
Kiambu is big.
Let me see how many constituencies that Kiambu have.
It's too much. We start with Limuru.
Kabete.
We start with there Limuru, karibia huko uanze Limuru.
Kiambaa, Githunguri.
Kiambaa. Hata hizo ziko na huku chini, uanze Limuru, ukuje ukaribie huku chini, ukuje Kabete. Ukifika Kabete.
Unajua mimi nilienda huko Kijabe nikaambiwa bado huko ni Kiambu.
Hata sisi kuna there was a time when I was there, I went to Kikuyuni, is it Togoto?
Togoto hapa Kikuyu huku juu.
Sasa Togoto, you see Togoto, Brother Benson. Wana pale Togoto iko. Togoto, you see when you go down that hill, kuna kahili unateremka ukienda sasa kama unaenda Nairobi. You see the place you see a petrol station pale. That is where Nairobi starts. Ile side nyingine pale Nairobi ndio inaanzia hapo. Hii side nyingine yote ni Kiambu. Kiambu even the Dagoretti market, the Dagoretti kichinjio ile ya ng'ombe. That one is in Kiambu.
Huko kwote.
Ni kubwa sana
Kiambu is big.
It's
7,
big.
8, 9, 10.
Ni mingi kuna Kiambu.
They have like is it 12 constituencies? We have Gatundu North, Gatundu South, Githunguri, Juja, Kabete, Kiambaa, Kikuyu, Kiambu, Kijabe, Limuru, Ruiru, Thika Town.
Thika Town, yeah. Kiambu umesema Kiambu Town.
Yeah, there's a Kiambu. There's a called
Kiambaa.
It's a Kiambu.
Imeshika Kiambu Town.
No, there's here. It says that Kiambu constituency in Kiambu County. So they have covers.
There's Kiambu.
Like now, Kiambaa, they say covers 9.1 square kilometers and borders Nairobi City County to the south.
Koinange, you remember Koinange, the one who died used to be a member of parliament of Kiambaa. Ile alikufa.
Hata hivi Kiambaa siniaka mjinga kanaitwa nani? Kawanjiko. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I remember
it's
after the
very
death
big.
of Koinange wenda alikuja.
Mm.
Those days I used to stay in Ruaka. I'm telling you, I'm telling you, ndo sasa time Ruto alikosana na Ruto na Uhuru kila mahali kwa Wanjiku nikajiuliza anyway.
Kiambu is very Kiambu county is very big. Hata juu mnasema kuhusu Nairobi, the governor working there is he has a lot of work to do. Kiambu
Kiambu
is
is so
very
big,
big.
and
Is
that is
very
why
big.
me at some point I was agreeing with this fact
Why
that
I did not see Larry,
I think
No, that is not the Rari is in Nakuru.
but I'm seeing somewhere here. Maybe somebody has just confused here. I'm confused. So Larry is in Nakuru
Yeah,
yeah.
Rari should be in Nakuru. Bwana.
because I'm
Can you
seeing
check?
when you look at the map just next to Gatundu South, there's Larry. Then Larry is bigger. From this constituency, the one that I think like has the majority of votes should be Juja. Juja should be the one the bigger constituency followed by Larry. Kikuyu constituency. Kabete is a small constituency. Kabete is very small.
It's
Gatundu South,
Kabete is
Gatundu,
also cosmopolitan. I stay in Kabete, ni kama town.
oh,
Hizi zote hizi
Rari is in
constituency
Kiambu, bwana. Nimeona Rari is in Kiambu.
Larry is in Kiambu.
Is in
hizi
Kiambu because it
constituencies zote
borders Limuru. It
zinakaa
borders
kama
Limuru.
town.
Yeah, but maybe the one where I was reading, they did not.
That is in Kiambu. I've already checked right now.
It's now
Then Kiambu is
I'm
big.
seeing. Okay, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I'm seeing Larry. So Kiambu is big.
Kiambu is so big.
It's very big. It's very big. I'm telling you, it's very big. It's supposed to be split into two. It's supposed to be Kiambu East and Kiambu West constituency. Ni kubwa. It's very big. Or they know what
No,
they
one
are.
should be
Or they
called
know how they are going to.
Kikuyu County, moja ibaki Kiambu County.
I think like,
Unajua unamaanisha nini, brother Benson? When you
Mhm.
talk about Kiambu, you mean Kiambu borders Murang'a to that side, and it borders Nakuru to this side. That is what it means. And it did that. Kiambu also touches Machakos. This side.
So, I think
Na
like what,
inaguza Nairobi.
especially, and it's big, and again it's densely populated.
Yeah,
It's
it's
not really big.
if you find like Ruiru constituency. Umesema Ruiru? Because
Unajua
Ruiru is
hizi
supposed
zote
to be
ni town,
Kiambu.
hizi constituency ni town. Watu wamejaajaa kwa hizi town.
Which means Kiambu is more or less like a Cosmo. Everything is Cosmo.
Ni
In
kama
it.
Nairobi,
Now
hakuna
Kiambu
difference.
should be the Nairobi sasa. Kiambu should be the Nairobi na sasa. Now Nairobi should be cosmopolitan. That is what should happen.
And that is why it means by there I agree with this fact that Kiambu should not be given the same amount as the amount that is given to other counties, because this county has so many people. Go to Kiamba. Kiamba siku hizi ni kama town. That is where Ruaka is. Kila mahali watu wamejaa. Come to Kabete. Kabete pia ni kama town. Go to Juja ni town. Go to almost all those
Limuru, even
constituencies in town.
Limuru is a town. Limuru is also a town.
Thika is a town.
I want to answer Goodia. Goodia is Nakuru and Naivasha in one. Yes, Naivasha is in Nakuru County.
Yes.
So Nakuru County starts from Limuru. Where Limuru starts, Nakuru County starts there. Now going forward. Till it reaches, sijui inafika wapi na ile side ya juu kule South Ridge.
Inashikana huko na Narok.
It's very big. So, but you know what you are saying, Brother Benson. You can see like there are 12 constituencies, but those constituencies, one has 250 people. 250,000
it's
people.
because they're like town. Watu wamejaa huko. See, me, I'm telling you.
Unaona kama ni 12 tu, lakini
in Kabete.
sigawanisha, they should be big. They should be very big. zinafaa kuwa kubwa sana. So that is what happens and you can see they are very densely populated. If you come to also Kirinyaga, my brother, ni kubwa lakini constituency utapata tu naambio ni kama 10, but it is very big, very very big. But when you see it in the map, you see hata kitu kadogo hivi. But the people who are staying there, you know also the people. But then you go and find a lot of lands in northeastern, but some of them they are sparsely populated. Unapata huko hakuna watu. And, other places like Lamu has how many people? Iko na watu wangapi? Hata imefika 100. I think that right now is when it is reaching 200,000. Lamu as a county.
Haifiki 200.
Hata sidhani imefika, but I think right now wamefikisha maybe 200, 250. I think right now in this najua nilipewa story ya Lamu mpaka nikastuka ati huko kuna kuoga na nini moja na basi moja inaendaga na boat moja inaendaga.
You know, part of
Lamu,
there's so many counties which are not developed.
Lamu, I think when there was a time I saw they were complaining there was no even ambulance. Or what did I see? I don't know whether it was Lamu.
You know, Lamu, those people operate ni kama ni wa Somali. They're like neglected. I had friends who used to study in Lamu. Wanasema huko hata kuna magari, wanakaa kwa forest. Ni kama watu wamekaa kwa forest. Like the only people they interact with ni hao Al-Shabaab wakitoka Somali. Wameshinda kwa hizo forest za Lamu around hiyo border. Sijui inaitwa Boni Forest.
There is even a place I was being told I'll make for you a joke here. There was a place I was being told that there is very beautiful ladies, but you can never, when you marry them, you can never live there. Kama utatoka huko wewe hawezi toka na wewe, utaenda peke yako, even though you have kids with them, utaenda wewe peke yako uache huko. So I think is another area. Huko ni Kenya ingine bwana. Huko unajua kuna watu hawaishi kama wako Kenya bwana. Watu wengine wanaishi kama si Kenya bwana. I think ni shida. But as for now I can see there is some in-laws that have been done. Unajua last time nilikuwa nimetembea Isiolo nayo ilikuwa noma. Kwanza hapo mbele I think when I left there walikuwa wametengeneza barabara. And the road was the one which was opening up those counties. But that guy was telling me that another guy was telling me there that ile siku huko na barabara huko hata ungesema si Kenya. Sema ni sehemu.
I think devolution did a lot. How I wish devolution is respected and funded rightly. If it is funded rightly, then we'll have a serious exposure of all these hydro lands that we have in the Republic of Kenya, and it will also open up those areas, and people will get interest in wanting to open up or start doing businesses or even buying lands in those other places. With the introduction of these infrastructural necessities, it's a good way of opening up areas.
So brother Benson, you were we are going to go to Kasipul. Kasipul lazima nifike huko. One day, one time I must come to Kasipul. Nitembee huko.
Ngoja kwanza election iishe, unaweza enda hapo useme kwamba umekuja kusupport wa kuchape bwana.
Huko lazima nifike huko bwana, huko Kasipul lazima, lakini sitakuja wakati ya election.
Wacha usikuje wakati
Saizi ukienda huko watasema umekuja you've come to doctor, you've gone to doctor the election.
Actually
naweza sema ati nimekuja kuibia were.
Ama Otete. Wewe anaitwa Otete. You know when he walks he does like this.
You know those people take politics in their heart. Ni kama dunia inaisha.
And it's dangerous. I saw it in the news the other day. They have been told even to waache hiyo mambo ya vita. I was in the county commissioner hapo. Anajaribu kuwakalisha chini ya waongeleshe, lakini naona ni kama wasikizi kile anasema.
Hao saa zile wamekaa na county commissioner hapo, wanasema kama wanasikia yani wakitoka tu hapo utaona tu maajabu. I don't know, they've reached
and I wanted, by the way, devolution partly has saved places like Homa Bay County. You know, in Luo Nyanza, the people who are somehow the people who are exposed are the people from Kisumu County. That is
that's wrong, bwana.
In this manner, in matters of politics and how politics is played. I'm not saying on those other ways. Let me tell you how. If you see, there's so many times that politics has always been played, and whenever elections are being carried out, look at what has been happening in Homa Bay, and specifically the Kasipul Kabondo. I can give you a good history from 2007. You know, that is where my mom is coming from. So most of the time I used to go.
Marco Bura.
Yes.
Let me tell you, when it comes to politics, there's something that also you have to understand. This belief that the South Nyanza, their motherboard is in Siaya. There is in Central Nyanza. You have to. That's politics that has always been there, and you find that.
That what? Sorry, I didn't get that.
The motherboard.
Uh-huh.
As in the control of everything is in Central. But even if you come to Kisumu, you know, is Central, yeah, where you find the people like you find the Kasagam people, you find the Kano people, you find the Kajudu.
Yeah, those are the people invading mostly the town sectors of Kisumu.
The people of Kanyakwar, the people of Kasule, the people of Kasule. These are the people who are living around town. But if you need to look at the politics, you can remember the politics of Oile and the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, if you're very well with the politics of Kisumu. Oile. You know what happened?
Yeah, what I know is as much as they are residents of Kisumu, or those people who have their what we call ancestral land, they've never had the opportunity to lead themselves. They've always had people coming from outside, coming within them, and those are the people who have, in many cases, have taken the leadership. Look at, for example, Kisumu Central. You know, Kisumu Central, most of the times, the people from Siaya are the one who have always I've always led.
How many times have we had election ever since we come to Kisumu Central? The only person who has led from Siaya was only one person who went one term.
But Dr. Ron is
Dr. Ron is
coming from Kano. Yeah.
Ron. So Kano has Kisumu Central Kano people. Two of Kano sons.
Ken Obura was from Kano as well.
Yeah, Ken Obura was from Kano. Then came Aduka Duke, who was
from
Siaya County, and he came. Do you know the reason why he said that he's going to walk naked if somebody?
I remember. By the way, tell Joseph that story so that he gets to understand who Raila used to be.
Aduka Duke was he's called who? What is his real name?
Tell him the meaning of Aduka Duke.
Ule jamana atatembea naked. So he called the press in his office. I don't know what happened. What was it, Marco Bura? Then he said that he will walk naked. So when from
it was about reforms. I think it was about election reforms, if I'm not wrong.
And remember, he was not a resident of Kisumu, but he came in Kisumu and he won. And what was his name? His name was
and he was loved with the women, especially wale wanauza omena na red.
Even up to now. Why do I forget his name? I know his name. Even up to now, Aduka Duke is still loved in Kisumu. Even he is very powerful. They still have like followers. How was this? Ogoda. Was it called Ogoda?
Yes, Ogoda. Somebody.
Honorable Ogoda.
The one that Dr. Ron has taken from.
Yes, and actually, when Oguda felt that during the nomination he was not treated fairly, and when they went to election, he put a spirited fight. Oron did not defeat Oguda with a lot of votes. It was highly contested during that time, you know. So it was so, but and people loved him. I tell you, Aduka Duke. So, and even if you look at when you look at Rosa Buyu, think of Rosa Buyu. Rosa Buyu first of all contested. I think the first time he contested for women rep, I don't know whether she was contesting for women rep or what. Because I can remember the first women rep was who? Rose Nyamunga.
Yeah, let me tell you how Rosabuyu became the women rep of Kisumu.
Yeah.
So what happened was, you remember that time, that was in 2017. We had the wife of Akumu MP, Grace Akumu. I don't know whether you remember. Yeah. So the wife came with a party. It was called, I'm forgetting the name. She was the party leader, and she was known all over Kisumu. She had the capacity. But then Rosabuyu came with ODM. As much as Grace was known and she had the opportunity to become the women rep. Actually, Rosabuyu never campaigned for the women rep position.
No.
What she did.
Let me ask you, Makobura. The first women rep for Kisumu was who?
The first women rep was.
Is it Rose Nyamunga?
Yeah, it was Rose Nyamunga, and no, let me. The first women rep was Nyamunga. It was Nyamunga. Yeah.
Then that was when Odinga.
That was in 2013.
2013. So where was the Ruth Odinga?
Ruth Odinga was the
deputy governor.
She was the deputy governor in 2013.
Then what happened?
2017.
Mm-hmm.
Nyamunga was then. She wanted which position? A member of. She didn't defend her seat. That is when Rosabuya came, and what Rosabuya did, she never campaigned. And the person who campaigned was somebody from this other party, the wife to Okumuja Kogero, yeah. So she went and made posters, and she used very nice photos when she was still young.
Yeah, we had the women rep during Uhuru time, because the first time Uhuru was becoming. Let me just answer Goodyear. The Uhuru Kenyatta, he came into power with the new constitution, so women rep was there.
Yeah, that was in 2013. The introduction of the implementation of the Yeah. So what Rosabuyo did, she went and made posters with photos when she was still young, very nice photos, and people just fell in love with the photos, and majority of people gave her the votes because they were saying, actually, here was on ground. We used to campaign.
Okay. Those days,
what was.
Is it those days that it was called the Richak Dume?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And that is how she got the opportunity to become the women rep, because she used photos, beautiful photos when she was brown and she was still young. Actually, people never saw her campaigning.
No. Let me tell you something. Makobura is not that way. I can remember. Let me. If in 2013, the very first time that they were running with Rose Nyamunga, yeah, she lost, and I can remember after that she was appointed.
No, in 2013, she wanted to become a member of parliament. She contested with Olaga Loch. Olaga Loch defeated her. Olaga Loch defeated her in 2007 and also in 2013.
So when did she become a women rep?
In 2017. She was a women rep in 2017. And then now in 2022 is when now she went back for the member of parliament seat.
So which means technically Rose Buyu has been in power, especially in active, like elective seat for only now. It's
From
not even
2017. Yeah,
from
from
2017.
2017.
So she's not even 10 years yet in
Yeah, but
political
she
office.
used to, she actually, it is being said that she used to contest and defeat Olago. It's only that
No,
Olago had some ways of maneuvering
but
with
remember,
the party of Ford Kenya.
but yeah, remember Olaga launched immediately after the new when this new constituency was created. Because remember, in Kisumu we used not to have Kisumu Central. Remember,
Yeah,
and we used not to have Kisumu East. So we used to have Kisumu. We have Kisumu Rural and Kisumu Town.
yeah. We used to
So
have Kisumu. How was
Kisumu
it called?
Rural, Kisumu Rural,
Yeah, I think it was Kisumu Rural. Yeah.
and Kisumu Town, where Anyang' Nyong'o used to contest in Kisumu Rural.
No, Anyang' Nyong'o was from Seme.
So which constituency was that?
Anyang' Nyong'o was a member of parliament of Seme, and then he came to Senate. And when he left Seme, that is when Nyikal picked. That was in 2013. Nyikal became first time member of parliament in 2013 when Nyong'o went for Senate.
Oh, okay. All right. So that's okay. That's understandable.
There's a question here.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to ask when women rep was introduced. It was introduced with the new constitution that was promulgated in 2010, and the first batch of leaders came in 2013.
Mm-hmm.
In 2013, that is when the governors, the senators, women rep, MCAs became. Before the introduction of 2010 constitution, we used to have members of parliament, we used to have councillors, and those ones, yeah. And then there's a question that Gypsy Icon had also asked about the provinces. There's this question I saw somewhere here. Let me see if I can find it. This one. Kenya looks small but sounds like a huge country. What's the difference between the constituencies and the provinces? Okay, we used to have provinces, the 9 provinces. That was the Nyanza province.
Were they 9 or 8? 9.
There were 9. There
We
were
have
9, yeah. There was Nyanza province. There was Rift Valley. There was Central province. There was Nakuru. Nairobi province. There was Coast province.
And Northeastern.
And Northeastern.
Which one again?
These are how many?
These are like 7.
Those are like 7. Okay, let me count again. Nyanza. Rift Valley. Coast. Nairobi. Central. Northeastern. Eastern. We used to have Eastern. And forgetting 1 or 2.
This one is 7.
Those are 7. Let me check. Yeah, it used to be Central, Coast, Eastern, Northeastern, Nairobi, Nyanza, Rift Valley, and Western. Oh, I was forgetting Western.
Yeah, Western. Yeah.
No. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, it used to be 8. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was telling you.
Yeah, 8. Yeah. So the constituencies were then there were 210.
210.
210. Currently, it was there were introduction of some constituencies where some of them were increased. So today we have
and you know, Makobura, you know, with even the introduction of the Constitution of 2010, all these provinces because they were being headed by the provincial commissioners, those positions ought not to be in place as we speak today. But it has not been abolished.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so
And
currently we have 290 constituencies. Before the introduction of the new constituency, we used to have 210.
mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, I think it's a very 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 good history that sometimes we would take time and talk about. By the way, I was supposed to be hosting Joakim Simuyu. I think you know him. Joakim Simuyu is now the Secretary General of Safina Party, but he just texted me that he's very sorry. He will make it up. So we are good. I was also, Ogola. Did you know that Professor Ogola was supposed to be uh, um, he was flying he was in US, so he was flying back to the country. He urged his supporters actually to go and receive him in airport, but there were quite a number of few people who were there to receive Mr. Gola. Remember, Professor Gola wants to run for presidency in this country with a party called Evolve Party. So Kenya have been given options. So next time hatutaki kusikia mna complain. Kuna watu wengi ambao wamejitokeza ambao wanataka kupigana na President William Ruto, ambao wanataka kuchukua urais. Wakuwe tayari na wauze sera ili mpi wa nini ndio sasa wasiseme kwamba President William Ruto, hata ambao wanagombea wakuje na sera mzuri, watuambie mbona wataweza shinda Ruto, ni nini wanaleta mpya. Professor Fred Ogola, we've hosted him here for I think like 2 times. Remember also we have Ambassador Esther Warinka. Also, she's running for president. We've hosted him here. So there are quite a number of them who are running for presidency. It's only you to choose from. There's also His Excellency Kagame too is running for president. You will be running for presidency. Professor George Wajakoya too. Though we've not hosted, I was supposed to host. Somebody was connecting me to host Kagame. Huyu mwenye anaimba huyu anaitwa, my good friends, it's called Paul Gitau. Paul Gitau is a very close friend to Kagame, and when I was in Kisumu, we were trying, but the 72 hours and everything about Raila Amolo Odinga burial and everything really spoiled everything, I would say, because all center of attraction was at Raila's place. So I was supposed to do so much, but so many things did not happen the way we planned. Yeah, you remember Esther Waringa? I've reached out to her severally. I need also to look for Pigden. It's called Pigden, Big Pin, the Pan-Africanist. He also wanted to run for president. Actually, I don't know whether you've seen this. Have you seen this guy with the loudspeaker who usually goes over Stephen somebody? I don't know. He's called Stephen.
The one from Kisumu.
Yeah, who wants to run for presidency?
Yeah, I saw people abusing him, and I was like, why would you abuse?
So
Why would you abuse somebody who wants to come and save you? I saw people literally abusing him, and I was like, this is not right. Why would we get to a point of abusing people? Watu wanamwambia maneno mabaya, mimi nikashindwa kuelewa. Kwani what's wrong with Kenyans? Like, if now I come out and I say that I'm interested, I want this position, what is wrong with that? I'm a Kenyan. Why would they not give me a chance? Why would they be abusing me?
Okay, then another thing with the majority of it was not treated well. Majority of our leaders who come here in US, there are particular states that they usually come and visit. So sometimes the states are very far apart. Sometimes to get to them is not quite very easy. Sometimes I don't know whether they will need appointment, but I think we should start making sure that whenever they visit, we we get their contacts and at least have a conversation with them, because I know when they come to United States, it's not very difficult to host them. The only problem might be like, where are you going to host them? That could be the only difficult, but that is something that is there. Who else also is running for presidency? We can talk about. There's so many of them. We have nowadays. I've not heard from Okia Omtata. He's so quiet. I don't know what exactly, because like there was that committee that he formed, Okia Omtata, that was supposed to give the feedback whether he's fit to, like, and we are still waiting on Okia Omtata. I don't know when is that. We have also Maraga. Also, we have so many. So we are here. Okay, Mr. Makubur, I think we've done a lot today. 5 hours. This is the first time we are doing 5 hours. So that's too much, my friend. And also, let me take this opportunity to thank Gypsy Corner or Goodyear for your support. Makubura, remember I told you before we go on air. Makubura?
Yes, I can hear you.
What happened to Bunge?
Okay.
Joakim was supposed to be here, but he was in. He told me he got held up, but he has promised that he will make up the day for us so we can have a conversation with him. I will also try to look for Mjukuu or Bunduki, the Bunge guys, so that Makubura, now we should start hosting guests.
Yeah.
Inafaa tuanze kuchanganya.
Yeah.
Makubura, remember I told you of something about what Goodyear did for us before we come to the show?
Yeah, and I wanted to say that the Goodyear, we are so much grateful as a channel for always coming through, assisting us in one way or another. And as a believer, me, I'm a Christian and I'm a Catholic. I realize you're also a Catholic. Yeah, and as Catholics.
Who is a Catholic, bwana? Si mimi nilikuleta kwetu ukajua sisi ni watu wa roho, bwana.
No, anasema Goodyear.
Oh.
Yeah, Goodyear najua yeye ni Mkatoliki. Na vile yeye ni Mkatoliki, nikiomba rosary nitaongea na mama yetu together with the saints and I will tell the saints na mama yetu awakukumbuke vizuri, peleke mambo yako vizuri mbele ya God the Father, God the Son and God the Holy Spirit, so that they may give you bigger graces. To whom much is given, much is expected. So I will pray for you so that much is given to you. And we really appreciate. May God bless you. From the bottom of our heart, we are grateful. You've done much to us. And when I'll be writing a book, I'll have to write. I don't know. I've never known whether Goodyear is your official name or Gypsy Corner is your official name, but it is okay. I will paraphrase it as that. It is nice, and we are grateful on behalf of the team.
One thing that will happen, Makubura, next time the project that we will be doing will be at your place. So you have to make sure that we organize this when Goodyear will be at home. At least we can also enjoy together.
Yeah, Gypsy Corner, utaweza tuambia utakuja nyumbani lini, but mostly ikuwe I think siku hizi naona the education system inabadilika. Unaweza shtuka wanaenda shule leo na kesho wamefunga. Sasa tena unaweza kuwa umepanga hivi, dakika kidogo unaambiwa sijui government amesema aje, so inachanganya kidogo, but
no, we cannot. What we can do, I will talk to you behind the tent. Sometimes we can do school, or we can just choose one of the families that you feel at least maybe need
yeah, okay, yeah,
maybe some money for school fee for one term, what we can afford, So
yeah,
we be there and we go do it. And I think like the director who was directing my video the other time, I told you the only thing I came to realize, my director was very good when it comes to photography, but when it comes to video, we still had a challenge. I can remember, I don't know whether you know this guy called Onyulo.
yeah, you know.
Yeah, I went and looked for him at Aero, and we were in the set. But what happened, like the entire time we recorded for almost 45 minutes. So what happened is that I don't know what happened with my director. We were not getting sound. So when we have done all the recording, now we went back. Now we wanted to do the editing. There is no sound.
You forgot to put the microphones on.
The microphones, everything was okay, but like what happened, he reduced the volume of the camera.
Oh,
So
okay.
it was so low, we could not even boost it. So we could not. But the one for Tomboya we tried is okay. I will post it here. At least we went to that place so Gypsy Corner can see how. Then the other one that we had, there's the other one that was edited, and I think it had copyright. So what I will do is I will just Gibson, I will just
Yeah,
send it to you.
I don't know, but I don't know whether you told Gypsy Corner the kind of reception that we found in that particular school, and how excited and how grateful they were.
Yes, Gibson, I took these guys to my village, and they can tell. They will tell you one time if you meet together what our village is all about. And but the other video, I'm going just to send. I will send it via Google. I can send it via Google so you can access it. But it has like the music that they put on the background has copyright, but you cannot upload it on the channel because we do not have the copyrights of that particular music. So I can just decide to send it to you and you can watch it. But the one for Tomboya, niliona kuna hiyo soundtrack aliweka. They told me there's that sharing rights and all that. Maybe if it generates good money, they will share with that person. Yeah, so those are the challenges that are there. That's why I've not posted it.
Yeah, it's one of the best thing I think that we came up with, because that school, they really needed that support.
Yeah.
And you could see from the students, you could see from the teachers, you could see from the parents and the people around the village. And I'm sure that those kids, as they grow, they will keep remembering the fact that some strangers came through and decided to be part of them. And of course, remember when we were giving a speech or maybe speaking in one way or another, we encouraged them. And I can tell you, the speech that we left there, some, they believed. And that is what is needed in a society, and especially in an environment where people are learning. You have to encourage them. And that is what we did. And I remember even after leaving that place, I would still get calls of people appreciating and acknowledging what education can do. and the hope that we left with them. It
Yeah,
was such
so
a nice thing. Yeah,
okay,
it was
that
such
is
a nice thing.
that's
It's a thank you to all the people who assisted us to get to that point, and may God bless each and every one of them. Those are children of God, and it is God who will repay back.
and don't fail to mention to Gypsy the infrastructure in the school.
Oh yeah. People are really coming from far. If, for example, you came through from that particular, people have stories. That is what I can say.
When you see the face of the school and you see you are the person behind everything that's happening, you know.
Yeah, I learned a lot, and I learned a lot.
Yeah, it's not there is yeah, that's who we are, Makobura. So when you see that school, everything that you see, my effort is there, big time.
And that is nice, and that is the way to go. And that is why I think we've that is why I keep on saying I think our political class are also messing us, because there are some roles, of course, that are there's a part that they're supposed to play, but if they don't, then even the people become mesmerized in the village. And that is why, I don't know whether it happens in other regions. I can good day, I can tell you, huyu brother Benson hapa akiamua anataka kuwa MP kwao, I'm telling you, atapigiwa kura na kila mtu, ni vile tu hataki. But I was in that village, I saw how he's regarded high. I saw how people are grateful for the good things or projects that he's been doing in that particular area. I wonder why he's not gone for this political seat so that he can get full opportunity to assist his constituents.
I was not born a politician. That is the problem that I have is I feel like if I'm given the responsibility to be in those seats, I might not deliver, or I might not give them what they want, because there are those who believe in you so much that such that if you are there, they will see that all their problems are going to be solved. And remember, and in elective, things do not happen because like there are things to do with lobbying. There's also laws and everything. So you find that you cannot make unilateral decision and the things that you want to make. So at the end of the day, you might have promised something as a political leader, then you don't deliver. Then it changes who you are, you know. But you know, if like what we have right now, we just see there's a gap somewhere that we need to fulfill. You know, we don't tell people, but we just tell them like what we did by informing you and all our friend Gibson Connor included so much for what he did for us and she did for us. And we told them that we are bringing you ring papers, you know, and they did not know that how much are we bringing. They only came to realize that after we brought almost over 150 ring papers. That is when yeah. So it is very difficult. Makubur, I think you are a witness, and you saw even apart from the school itself, you came to our residence where we were staying. You saw how people were coming and visiting. You know, all of them have hope in you. So you know, like if you are in that political and saying that okay, I'm going to do this, then you fail to do, then you find that you know this time they sometimes they would say oh alipromise lakini ako na kazi mingi sisi huyu mimi tunamuelewa. Unaona hiyo sasa, hata kama hujafanyia mtu anakuelewa, anajua uko na vitu vingi ambavyo unafaa ufanye, unaona. Lakini ukishakuwa pale na umechukua jukumu ya kukua, kwa sababu wengine wao pia hawaelewi kwamba ukipatiwa uongozi, sana sana uongozi labda si kusaidia. Uongozi ni wewe kuleta mada na kutunga sheria ambao zinaweza fanya maisha yao ikuwe mzuri. Lakini hao wanajua wewe ukishaenda pale, kazi yako itakuwa ni kutafuta pesa na kufanya kwamba huyu mtu aende shule, huyu lazima aende. Unapata kwamba hata kama mtu wamepatwa na shida, wewe ndio utakuja unatatua, mwili itakuja inafika nyumbani. Sasa unajua saa zingine hautakuwa unaweza utimiza hayo, alafu atasema nani tangu apatiwe uongozi amebadilika. Kumbe uongozi huo inabadilisha watu, unaona. Hapo ndio sasa uoga ipo.
Yeah. I get you.
Yeah, so hiyo ndio uoga yangu, lakini ni jambo ingine ambapo nikikaza tu niseme kwamba hatua ya siku mbili, siku moja, kuna mabadiliko itakuwepo. Like nadhani ndajua na watu wengi ambao na wengi watajitokeza bila hata kuwapatia kitu tu, watajitokeza waseme basi.
Okay. Yeah, let's hope for the best, and to whom much is given, much is expected.
Yeah.
Yeah, so tutafanya tu yale tunaweza kwa within our circle. Hayo mengine tunaachia Mungu.
Okay.
Vile yeye anajua mambo yote.
Okay, sawa. Makobura, thank you so much for your time, and also let me take this opportunity to thank Gibson Corner for your time. Makobura too, Migoda and Joseph, and I would say especially all of you, including Barack, who today did not find time to be with us. You've always sacrificed your time to be here, especially at Brother Benson, and you've shown us the brotherhood, giving it all. And let's just continue. We know and believe in the near future, things will be okay. We will be somewhere. I believe. Niko na maono tutakuwa mahali, na kwa wale ambao wanatutazama pia, we have another backup channel. It's called Kikao na Sauti, and Kikao na Sauti, it's there. You can also subscribe. What we do with Kikao na Sauti is we are streamlining events. We've done quite some events, especially when we were in Kenya. We will make sure that we do that. When we were in Kenya, there was one that we were invited by Maseno University to cover for them. It was their fashion show. They had models. They had models that day. They were doing weekend modeling. They reached out to us, and we were able to do that coverage. Again, we had one in Sunset where there were for students. It was an organization, Ambo Africa organization, that was nurturing talent, especially in the lines of modeling. They also called us. And even today, there was, I also got, actually is last week when I got the invitation, especially to stream live. It's called the Kisumu Weekend Fashion Show, but we were not able. I tried to coordinate with somebody who could assist us, the director, but he was held up somewhere doing another coverage. So we also trying to venture into stream living business, just to make sure that if we get something from Kikao na Sauti from stream living events, can assist us over here so that to see on how we can pay our bills. So also you can also go ahead kwa Kikao na Sauti and subscribe as a backup channel. You never know, in the face of technology, one time Brother Benson Media, you never know, something might happen. So that is our backup channel that we might use to continue with having conversation. All in all, thank you so much, and may God bless you. And I'll make sure that we pass your regards to Barack. Makubura, you okay?
Okay, thank you so much. Allow me to also take the opportunity to say a big thank you to all our supporters. Gypsy Corner anasema send the channel name. Maybe the channel name. Can you find the link?
No, try to can you send the link? Kikao.
Yeah, you can look for the link as I give my final remarks. Yeah, so
the channel name. I don't know how to share the link. Is it here?
It's already umeandika kikao. So Gypsy Corner, it's this one here. The one kikao na sauti. Yeah,
kikao na sauti. That one, yes.
So yeah, I want to take this opportunity to just acknowledge and to say a big thank you to all our supporters. Tunawaenzi, mmekuwa na sisi, twashukuru Mola kwa vile huwa mnachukua wakati wenyu kukuwa na sisi hapa hivi. We know and we understand that there are so many other things you could be doing, so many other channels, but umetuchagua. We are not taking it for granted. We thank God for that, and as we continue with this, of course, we have a big vision. We are working towards that, and we pray that may God give us the grace to continue doing what is right. And whenever our viewers, you feel that we've gone against your way, or we've done it in a manner that you are not okay with it, you can always just reach out, give us a comment, just call us out. We are human beings, you're not perfect people. And again, if you want us to speak about a certain topic, you can always engage us and share with us. We are always here. Tuko hapa kwa sababu ya nyinyi. Kenye mtatuambia ndipo tutafanya. Thank you so much for your continued support. May God bless each and every one of you. To the team, Brother Benson, Barak, Miguda, Joseph, and everyone who has been joining. We really appreciate. May God, of course, bless each and every one of you. To our commentators, Gypsy Corner, may God bless you so much. We have got Judith, Brenda, Laban, Douglas, Msimamo, among others. We have a long list. We acknowledge each and everyone, and we pray that may God bless you on whatever you guys are doing, na mambo yatakuwa sawa. Asante sana.
Karibu sana ndugu yangu, na Mungu akubariki kesho kwa baraka zake Mwenyezi Mungu, inshallah.